God, I have a buzzing. I just realized. Okay. Hopefully, you can hear me. Please let me know. Hello. If you can hear me or not. All messages. I'm trying to find out if you can hear me through the microphone. I've been having problems with it. Anyway, 33 seconds in. Hello, and welcome to Restore Belief with Nikki. I am Nikki Jacobs, psychic medium, although I don't promote that as much anymore. I'm an ET abductee. I am a retired force participant of SSP, which goes through the GATE program. Guess what? That's what one of the things we're going to be talking about. Hey, if you're here, let me know that you can actually hear me properly, please. And tell me in the chat, because like I said, I've been having problems with the headset and the attachment with the phone. So please say something in chat. I can hear you properly. Oh, good. Thank you. Seriously, thank you. And it's all okay. All right. That's what I needed to know. So, this is going to... And I've got a dog at my feet who is playing with a toy who keeps hitting my legs. So, this is going to get interesting. Speaking of which... No, I'm not playing. And hopefully he doesn't bounce everything. You sound really good quality. Thank you, Maria Backcountry. Thank you, Maria. Most appreciated. Okay. Tonight's topic of discussion is the GATE program. GATE meaning Gifted and Talented Education Program. Now, I'm going to be blunt. Very blunt. I am not a fan. And I have damn good freaking reason why I'm not a fan. So, some people know it across the United States as a different... Dog? As a different label. It could be TAG. It could be GATE. It could be... Oh, thank you, Cheryl. It could be any number of names that they chose to put little periods in between the letters. I can't think of what that's called right now. So, what has taken place? So I'm 58. I'm going to be blunt. And I grew up in the 1970s. Growing up in the 1970s, they did very different things than what they started doing in the 1980s, 90s, and all the way up until today. Now, things are going to get really kind of interesting tonight because I do not have a second device anymore. So unfortunately, that means, hey, kitty cat. Ah! How you doing, hun? It's been a while since I've seen you. So, anyway, it's been quite an experience dealing with this topic and what all it entails. What I want to do, and I don't know if I can do it because of situations with not having a second device. And if I go to retrieve what I want to retrieve via this device, it may black out the screen or shut everything down. I don't know. So we're going to try to test this. There's a lot of information that I want to read to you that, yes, is on my Facebook publicly, on my Nikki Jacobs Psychic Medium Facebook page. However, a lot of people have not had time to read that. The GATE program, I don't actually know who started it. I haven't done the deep dive. I don't rightly give two flying F's who started it. I suspect the government did because here's the thing about the GATE program. I know people who were in their 70s who experienced the GATE program. Life with a Lily. Okay, Lewis, that's not okay. So basically, the CIA, United States CIA, and CIA military, those who were dressed in suits, most of the time, I swear to God, dog, please don't push that on my legs. My legs are very sensitive tonight. Very, very sensitive after everything I've gone through. Oh, hey, honey. Oh, my God. I cannot remember how to pronounce your name. McGrew. That I could do. I keep wanting to call you Tessa, and it's not Tessa. Anyway, Tenzi. Yes, I got it remembered. Anyway, how you doing, hun? It's good to see you. So, the men and women who were in suits were CIA agents. Or CIA military agents. And certain, I don't know exactly what the numbers were, but out of every class, according to what I've seen from other people, this is not my information, but I am going to repeat it because other people have memories, variation of different than what I've got regarding how it went down for them. And what they talk about is that it was usually 2 kids per class, per classroom. Mine started when I was in 2nd grade. Okay? The ones that were in their 70s were started in their kindergarten and 1st grade. Now, as over time, by the time you've got the 50s and 60s, those who grew up in that, by the time I was in it, I was taken out, and I distinctly remember going into that classroom, and there were 2 other boys. There was a classroom, and there were a number of kids in that classroom from my school. GATE program, Gifted and Talented Education. So back in my day, my time frame, because everybody's different, honey, we had a small amount of kids in the class, and you had, a lot of people talk about the pink drink. That's a different ballgame. So you've got the quote-unquote the pink drink and quote-unquote the swish and spit drink, which was fluoride. Now, fluoride was a very small amount in a Dixie cup. The other Dixie cup was filled 3/4 of the way. And so basically, those kids, now you become a targeted individual. This is targeting, all right? If you do not comprehend that, go look it up. This is direct targeting by government within the school systems of the United States. That is a big dang deal. Now, I'm trying really hard not to swear tonight. So, in that, and I don't know if I'm going to get shut down. That's the other thing. So basically, There are legitimate, yes, exactly. Johnny Vega, who the fuck cares? Don't be teaching their. Okay, no, not that. Where was it? Jay Simpson says gifted classes are legit. Yes, many gifted classes are legit. This is not necessarily one of them. They were deliberately targeting children. There were a lot of tests, a lot of hearing tests, which wasn't so much about hearing tests. It was about, well, this is more about MK Ultra, because they were MK Ultra-ing children, and I was one of them. And that's why I'm here talking about this, because a lot of people, a lot of the public is starting to remember. A lot of people who are my age and in their 40s and 50s are starting to remember, and they're starting to talk about it online. That is a big deal. So basically, there were different things that they were looking for. I don't know all of it. MK Ultra, what does that mean? Oh, that goes into a whole subject I'm not quite ready to get into yet. You really need to go do your own research, because it's basically breaking down the brain of the person that they're doing it to. And what ends up taking place from that is then they create what people call alters, or other personalities. I did not have that. They tried to break me down, and I had 2 officers. There were 5 of us kids in the room. I only remember boys in the room, little boys in the room, and I was the only little girl that I remember being in the room. I was at a deep military. I was at what's called a DUM, capital DUMBS, deep underground military base. So, this gets into a lot of stuff. A lot of stuff. Hello to all the folks that are coming in. Yes, Jay Simpson, bro, they gave them drugs to think of crazy stuff. Not to think of crazy stuff, to do things that are mind-bendingly what we would call crazy now. It wasn't crazy. It is very frickin' real. So, I'm talking about this publicly because our voices need to be heard. And if you were a forced participant, this gets wild. I don't give 2 shits. Report it all you want. Whatever. Thank you, Amy. I appreciate that. She says, in addition to all the rules of decorum, please put all questions to Nikki in all caps. Like this, so she can read them. Thank you. Most appreciated, my dear. Thank you. No, I'm not against schools, and I'm not against gifted kids by any stretch of the imagination. I am against what the CIA, what the government CIA agents were doing across this nation, across the United States. I take great issue with that because of what they put me through. I'm very angry about it. However, that anger pops up only very sparingly. Okay? Now, Laura, if you can't handle this, then get the hell out. Quit being rude to me. Quit making crap. You know. Matter of fact, you're done. I'm not dealing with that crap tonight. It made you stronger. Yeah. Maybe they're doing horrible things for the greater good. No. Using children to do what they were doing and to train them for their entire lifetime and blacking out memories because, hello, when I was talking about that Dixie cup, whether it was the color pink or orange or yellow, I have heard people talk about green, but I very, very, very few people talk about that. The pink stuff tasted like bubblegum. There's those of us who can never handle bubblegum again. The certain flavors. Orange was the taste of, it was like Tang back in the 1970s. Ugh, grossest. And it was syrupy. Okay? So the stuff was very, very syrupy. Restore belief in, we're not going there. So basically, that syrupy concoction in the classroom that I was in had scopolamine in it. Scopolamine, according to what I understand, we're talking about the GATE program and the Dixie cup, that certain children were targeted and ordered, quote unquote, ordered to drink all of it. And that drug creates blackout, major blackouts in memory. Many people, I'm a person who has a photographic memory. Photographic is an eidetic memory. Okay? Now, as I've aged, it's gotten a little, bit different. But back in the day, I remember all the way back to when I was in the cradle. Okay? I have very vivid memories throughout my entire childhood. The only memories I do not have, or that I'm now bringing back on my own without hypnosis regression sessions, which has not been easy. Hang on. My body's having a reaction. I got a trigger. Apparently, I just triggered myself with what I just said. Lovely. And what ended up taking place is you're ordered to drink the Dixie cup syrupy liquid. You're drugged, and then you're walked. Now, this was back in the 1970s, remember? Hey, Zoe. Oh. Okay, wait a minute. Yeah, Johnny Vega, I kind of agree regarding I'm not going to say that last name of that drink, but yeah, it's very much like that. But it wasn't to unalive. It literally made you zombified. It made you extremely compliant and not remember what you were doing. For me, I was walked right out of the school, taken in a white van to a military base. Or a military locale. Well, I remember it being a military base is what I remember. Took a long time for these memories to come up. long time. And matter of fact, I had a flashback memory. I got triggered over the week, and I had a major meltdown because of what I remembered, because people died, because it was so horrific. People died. And I was an adult at the time, but it was because of this program. Now, there are sections of that that are absolutely legit. Don't have an issue with that. They're like what are called AP classes. Not an issue. But the GATE program, where the section that had CIA agents, operatives, and CIA military agents in it, in suits, usually in suits, I take great issue with that because of what they were doing to us. They were drugging us, making us forget, and then trying to use forms of MK Ultra, which was breaking the mind. I was taken to a deep underground military base. I remember going through the gate. I remember waking up in the van, not recognizing who the passenger was, but recognizing the driver. He is the one that became one of the handlers of me for a small amount of time. And I was taken, and then I crashed out again in the van. I remembered when I was sort of alert. I remember the driver and the passenger. I'm in the back of the van. I'm laying down, but I'm not quite, I don't know how to explain it, but I'm seeing out the window, the front window of the van, and we're going through a military gate, and they just waved them through. I remember after that, and then the next memory I have is walking in a corridor, and one person on either side of me, and we're going down an elevator, a long way down. And the next memory is coming out of that elevator and going down a very long corridor with cement floor, cement wall, and a bunch of pipes or something over in the ceiling. The next I don't have memory of, and then the next thing I have memory of is waking up on the floor of a room. There's the driver, the guy who was the driver, and some other guy, so he's right in front of me, trying to mentally break me down, and I'm literally on my knees, and then I collapse into a, not really a cross-legged type of situation, but I collapse off of that, and I'm rocking back and forth. And then I start doing this. And to this day, when I get really upset, I mean, like, those triggered memories start happening, I start shaking and I start rocking. Never knew where the hell that came from. Hey, Drew. Now I know where the hell that comes from. Now I understand it. It was from when I was in second grade. And then the other guy that was off over here to my right comes in, starts having a yelling, screaming match, and they're fighting with each other, and they're fighting over me because this mother effer cannot break me, cannot figure out why. And I'm sitting there and I'm just rocking and and I'm crying. I mean, and then I get to a point to where I can't cry anymore, and I'm doing that type of thing as a kid that's crying, and I'm just rocking back and that actually hurts. I can't do that anymore. And I'm just rocking back and forth and doing this type of situation. It goes from that to where, and there's a what I didn't know back then, but I understand now, was that there's a two-way mirror on part of the wall that was behind me, and some guy comes through and he is pissed. He is pissed at the guy, the driver, or handler, whatever the hell, and he's pissed at the other one and all three of them. I mean, this guy was, I believe this guy was their superior. Goes from that into, fine, we'll put her in as a pilot. We'll make her a pilot. And that's all I remember out of that scenario. Next thing I remember is being back at the school. I didn't know how I got there. I can only imagine how I got there right now because I don't have memories of it. Maybe those memories will pop back up. Maybe they won't. I do not know. So that for me was the GATE program. That for other people that have blacked out memories very possibly could have been yours. Some version of it. Maybe not. I am learning in the last 2 weeks while I've been sick. I have been because I was really physically ill with whatever viral infection bug that crap was. Basically, what it boils down to is that, what it boils down to is that it's a control situation. And if you were targeted, no, they put, pilot for what? Second grader piloting what? I'll get into that in just a minute, Swin. Thank you for asking. I do appreciate that. It's a process. And basically, they can still, if they wanted to, they could still be taking me and using forms of higher consciousness, using my forms of higher consciousness to do different things. Now, GATE program goes into what is known when you get into this level with the deep underground military bases and you get in with the scopolamine, then they train and trigger you to have, so it's like a code word or a sound, which is why certain people were experiencing with headphones in the classrooms that they were listening to at the time. Those were trigger sounds to trigger the child after they have gone through some of the training, have been broken down and brought back into their normal self. Sorry, I have great issue with this. It goes from that, which is why when I walked back into the school and I'm like, oh, okay, and then walked from the GATE classroom, sorry, I have somebody that I know that I went to elementary school, and I was just asking them today what they remember. And they had never heard of the GATE program. And I only remember me and those two boys. but I remember hearing the sounds of other children in that classroom. So there were other children. Now, what ends up taking place is, yes, parents were asked to sign permission slips. That's the other thing. This is why I really wanted to be reading stuff instead of going down and doing it this really lengthy way. Parents are asked on a permission slip if their child can go into essentially an AP class or a gifted and talented education program where they will be tested and all this other stuff. Okay? Parent has no knowledge. They do not know what the hell is going on. Unless they were a victim and survivor of this, have no memories of it, but yet everything in their body is screaming, "You're not taking my child into that program." So in the last 2 weeks, 2 to 3 weeks really, since I'd been physically ill, what I was going to talk about earlier, was that it becomes a very different scenario. God, I keep losing. It's like something's trying to stop me from talking about this, and I hate that. LBC X33. To be honest, I only remember a few select kids going in and out of class for sound evaluation or with language you can speak. Yeah, there was that too. Swin is saying the Cheetos are coated in scopolamine. Anything's possible in my book now. After what I've been through, nothing would frickin' surprise me. I remember. Oh my God, dog. Oh, dog farts. Oh my God. Sorry, guys. I gotta take a moment. Holy. Oh my God. Dog farts. Go. Oh my God. Whew. Oh. Good Lord Almighty. Whew. Sorry, folks. Yeah, wag your tail. Silly. Whew. Mercy. Whew. Wow, that caught me totally off guard. Wow. Anyway, jeez, that was bad, really bad. Anyway, so going on from there, I remember the cards and tell us what's, you got a one side that's got a blank card. Tell us what's on the other side of the card. Da, 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 da. I remember the headphones. I remember the drink. I also remember the swish and spit. And I don't remember other kids being taken out of the classroom. I only remember me going out. But that's how my memory is right now. Yes, beep sounds too, says Angel Boy. Hi, nice to see you, hon. There was some beep sounds a bit ago. Oh, beep sound. You mean on my thing or on in the headphones when we were kids? Yeah, there were all kinds of sounds that they were doing. Some of it was to trigger. They didn't have to use the scopolamine anymore. Once they had you, they had control of your mind. So all they had to do is, hello, wear the headset, man. And boom, there you go. You're triggered and you're controlled once that happens. You heard it in the feed. Okay, thank you. Yes, during the show. High-pitched tones. High-pitched tones? Oh my god. I didn't hear a thing. My attachment hasn't moved. The head... Nothing. Wow. Okay. Very interesting. Thank you, folks. I did not know that. So, basically, then you're controlled. You don't need the scopolamine anymore. This is some really heavy shit to do to children. Hello, Jim. How you doing? Dog, that is gross. Please do not. No! Sorry. Ick. Oh, this is... He's hitting my legs again. He's playing with his toy. Very large toy. Anyway, so... Here we go. So those are my memories of second grade. Prior to me remembering, I had no memory whatsoever. Well, no, I just made a liar out of myself. I had one memory of second grade. Only one. And it was, now I understand it was after I was brought back. I was really loopy because I had been given... No, can't see the dog. But thank you for asking. No, anyway. So I had apparently been given the scopolamine and had been brought back, and the scopolamine was wearing off. And I was really loopy and super hyper. I mean, like, more hyper than I can remember ever being in school. In any school. And the teacher, the second grade teacher, had taken the class into the library, which I think, if I remember correctly, was on the second or the third floor of the building. And I remember being the last one. I remember, like, I remember walking to the classroom. I remember the door. I don't remember entering the classroom. And it was like, it felt like 2 minutes later, I was walking out that door and down the hallway to the library. Everybody else was ahead of me. This was very unusual because I was usually one of the first or one of the middle kids to go anywhere. Which is one of the reasons why I remember this. The other reason is because when I was in the library, we were instructed to search for a book, for some kind of the beginning of book reports or something. And I don't remember exactly what, but it was something along those lines. And I remember walking in to the library and straight into an aisle, and the first book I wanted to pull out was a really, really thick book called War and Peace. My teacher comes up, sees that I've got a thick, thick book in my hands, and says, "Nikki, I don't think you're going to be able to understand that." Well, by that point, I already knew what War and Peace was. I already knew what was taking place. So it made logical sense to me, although I didn't register that. I didn't comprehend that as a child because, hello, I'd had blackouts. I didn't remember what was taking place with me because of the scopolamine and because of how we were controlled. So basically, that was all I remembered for years of my life, all the way up until less than 7 years ago. Okay. I didn't even think. I was like, what the hell is Gate and Gifted? And then somebody said, said Dixie Cup. They showed a picture of a Dixie Cup, and it had, they didn't show the top of it, but they showed, just the side view of it, and it had something, and that was my trigger. That unloaded a number of weird freaking memories, and I was like, what the hell is this? I started freaking out, rightly so. Because I have lived what I thought was an average, everyday American life. Come to find out, that's not what has happened to me. And I'm really rather pissed off over it. I've already been diagnosed with PTSD. I had no idea that they'd reclassified it to be reclassified another section of that to be complex PTSD, which is what I suspect I've got, but I haven't been diagnosed. Excuse me, I have not been diagnosed with that. Yeah, I mean it really becomes the class they went to 5th grade, and I don't understand why they had that, but I remember the book cover. I remember it holding it in my hands, and I had taken the book cover off. So what I really, really remember, because I was like, I needed to feel the binding, and I didn't know why. And it still makes no sense to me. Why did I have to? I've never done that to a library book. Take the cover off of it and put the cover in the spot of where it was on the shelf, and then hold the book and start flipping through the book, and then closing it and holding it. And that's when the teacher had come, and I saw her coming, and so I put the cover back on it. And she took a look at the book, and that was the conversation that we so. Yeah, Amy says, interesting point. I never encountered War and Peace until high school. I have no idea why it was in that school. There were a number of books I didn't understand why were in up until 5th grade. I have no idea. So, it was right after that, and not that class, that year, that grade in education, that I moved out of the area and ended up at a different school. So yeah, that's a whole nother subject, man. Sorry, my stomach's starting to do flips. I said something that's starting to trigger. It's starting to percolate, and I can feel it. I can feel when memories are starting to, what I call, percolate and start to come up and bubble forth. And like earlier this week, I had to apologize to people in the house because when the memory that came up that got triggered, it was the middle of the night. It was about somewhere between 6:15 and 7:30 or thereabouts that I had a reaction. And thank you, Amy. Oh my God, thank you. I gotta write that down or I'm not gonna remember it. Hang on 1 second. 43 minutes in. Which makes me wonder if somebody, because I honestly, earlier, thank you, Amy, because I honestly thought, yeah, it was a loud, was there only one or was it multiple? Because my internet got screwed with about an hour, 45 minutes before this live stream. And I was concerned if I was even going to be able to go live or not. And it worried me because I was like, this is a heavy hitting subject. This is one where I've already been targeted. I've already got government asshats coming into my home in Astral. They have been witnessed by other people. They have, those other friends have defended me against these certain agents early on in Astral. So yeah, this is not me making shit up. This is, people have witnessed shit. And those that have usually come to my defense because of what they have witnessed. For me. The first was, thank you. Oh my God. Okay, so if you start hearing those beeps again, my thinking is that it might be a government psyop. I'm just putting that out there. I don't know if it is or not, because those beeps are to control people and to make them shut off certain sections of their brain. So if you were part of Gate and you were, because that's already targeting, and then if you were targeted further with the Dixie Cup sickeningly sweet syrupy drink that has the scopolamine drug or the drug in it, it may not have been, because I've heard from others that it wasn't scopolamine that they received. I know that I received scopolamine. I remember it being talked about later during what, how do I say later? How do I even explain that? That goes into a whole nother fucking subject. Another effing subject. So, and with the groups that I've been in, we're looking at anywhere from 200 to 500 people who are starting to remember that, who are starting to recognize that something was wrong and off. Just a minute, please. Well, that's one thing he's good about. It is on a radio show. They had an unexplained set of beeps that sounded like the Atari 2600 pole position game. KBPI in Denver. Wow. Oh, this is going to be an interesting night. That's how I feel, Nikki. Like, I shut down to, I'm tripping now. Angel Boy, I am so sorry. Yeah, this is one of those subjects that may be very triggering for people. So, excuse me, I have come across these folks and they're like, what the hell was in the hey, you need to sit down. Sit down. Calm down. That's enough. Sit. Sit. Come on. Sit your butt. Thank you. Thank you. Good job. Good job. Yeah, now he wants his head rubbed. So basically, it really becomes quite a situation for a lot of people who are starting to remember. They're like, oh my God, I remember this, this, and this. But then I don't remember anything. I got these long stretches where I don't remember anything of my life of this time frame and or this time frame. And there's a reason. If they were part of that program, that's the reason. They were, you, oh, hey, that's my light. You got to be careful. You got to be careful. You, yeah, be careful. Go sit down. Lay down. Go lay down. Lay down. That's a good boy. Good boy. So basically, it, they have blackouts of no memory, and that's not normal. Okay? You need to comprehend and really grasp that is not normal. What is normal is having vague recollections, that kind of stuff, for those that are not like me, that do not have a photographic or an photographic, aka eidetic memory. I'm not like, hey, stop. I'm not like a Sheldon Cooper where I have, oh my God, it's this. I am, but I'm not. But I am not autistic. I am not, and there's nothing wrong with folks who are. I'm not discounting or anything like that. What I'm talking about, though, is my memories, in order to, and I've described this before, oh, I'll read that in a minute, Amy. If I don't get to it, make me come back to it, please. My memories, the way my eidetic memories are, there are so many of them, even the minutia. Basically, what my brain did is, anybody remember the sequel to, oh no, Red Room. What the hell is the name of that movie? Red Room. It's the sequel to the Jack Nicholson movie and Shelley Duvall movie. Anyway, there's an image in that movie where they show a wall, an entire wall of filing cabinets. And that's like The Shining. Thank you. What's the sequel to The Shining? That's the name that I need. God, those were phenomenal movies. I just absolutely phenomenal movies. But anyway, so there's an image in that movie that is very much how my brain is. On one hand. On another hand, it's very much like a scene out of X-Files when Mulder and Scully are in a warehouse. They're being chased by whatever. And it's wall to wall, row after row after row of filing cabinets. Well, mine is floor to ceiling. And everything is in a file folder in filing case or filing drawers. And so that's how I retrieve my memories. All I need is a reminder, and then I can go in, and typically I'm like, I don't remember that. What the hell are they talking about? And they say something, and that'll trigger the memory, and it's like that filing cabinet automatically opens up. The file folder comes out, and it's like it opens up, and then all of a sudden, all the memories are there. May not know the date. I'm not that precise. Dr. Sleep. Yes. Thank you, Alexandria. Thank you. So, yeah. It's a big deal. This whole situation is a very, very big deal. and to not have an entire school year of memory when you have an eidetic memory, that's a major frickin' red flag, folks. Or if you have no memory. Or now here's the other thing. Our bodies remember. We have muscle memory. We have cellular memory. So when you have this type of situation going on, you may not remember in your head, but your body will remember. And that's why there are people who they don't understand why they're reacting to some situation. Well, their body is being triggered because it may be exactly the same situation like they experienced, or some version of it, or it may be a milder version of it, but their body remembers, and their body creates anxiety, it creates fear factors, there's all kinds of stuff. You may have pains in one section of your body and you don't know why. Well, your body is remembering. This is what I learned in my counseling back in the 1990s when I was going through that for being a sexual abuse survivor as a child. Because not only am I an ET abductee, essentially, not essentially, I was an ET abductee while my mother was pregnant with me. And then after I was born. And then you've got this nightmare. Well, actually, I've got ET abductee, childhood sexual assault survivor, and then the GATE program. And the GATE program, for me and many other people that I know, led into deep state government. And deep state government was training children in different ways, either to be some form of a soldier, or for me and other people I do know, forms of pilots. And they do that as children because they teach you via use of extraterrestrials who work with global governments. Hard to handle, but this is what the GATE program is. It's all about deep state. Well, this specific section of GATE was all about deep state program, using children because they couldn't use the adults, because an adult's mind is already well formed. Children are pliable, according to them. Oh, the state of being, dear. Soldiers for the astral realm, perhaps. Oh, it goes way beyond that. You are trained. So when I was being trained, I never understood when I was a kid why I loved the Olympic luge and why I loved the Olympic skeleton and things of that nature. Well, it's because I was already freaking doing it. But I was doing it in ET, little mini ET ships. Those of us that remember, we were put into a ship, you're face down. I can't remember how, but it's like your arms are like this. I remember my arms being like this. I remember my arms being like this. And I remember flying. But everything that you're doing to fly is ET related, and you're using your mind to fly those ships. Whether you believe that or not, I don't give two shits. This is real. It is taking place. And this is what government has been doing with children, amongst other things. I don't care if you think I'm crazy. I don't give two shits if you think that I'm delusional. I don't care anymore. I don't care what the public thinks of me. I know what I've gone through. I know what I've experienced. I am not delusional. I am not schizophrenic or whatever people are calling me. I don't care what you think of me anymore. I'm here to tell my life story and hopefully to help others who are experiencers of this section of the GATE program to hopefully wake them up. Lauren Huntington. Hey, hun. How you doing? You're sensing aggression. Yeah, aggression because I'm angry about this, and I have every right to be angry about this. So do a lot of people. If there's no anger, okay. Am I hurt by it? Yeah, I'm hurt that I'm emotionally hurt that other adults would think that this is okay to do to children. I'm horrified by that. I'm horrified by what government is doing to kids. I'm horrified by that, and every parent should be. My mother didn't know. My mother tried to figure out what was happening to me because I went from a very happy child, at times having issues because of my dyslexia, but something really happened to me, and she was told, get me into counseling. They put me into counseling, and I went shut down hardcore because I was trained in the GATE program that if anything like that ever happened, to just be normal. And that none of this was going to be discussed. And they had control. They had all ultimate control. Hey, Robert. Red McGames? Couldn't read that. Red Man, is this related to player in the middle? No, this is related to CIA, government, and global governments working with extraterrestrials, basically. Fatty Cakes Productions, can parents be handlers? Oh, yes, they can. And military kids were often more targeted than those who were not. That has horrified me. I mean, that has just horrified me. Because a lot of them are already living on base. Now, not all kids that are military kids experience that, but quite a few have. And I've met some, and there are times when I've gotten done talking with people, I've just sat and cried because of, okay. So yeah, I go through emotion with this because, hello, I'm a human being. I have emotions. Am I emotional about it all the time? Hell no. I live my life. I live an average, boring, typically, life. But the other side that's not boring is the psychic medium side. I have spirits coming and going all the dang time. And speaking of which, I've had some really freaking famous people come by while I was sick, even. Matter of fact, last night I had one, technically now that it's, I don't even know what time it is. That clock's not right. Oh, 12, no, that clock's 2 or 3 minutes slow, so 12:07 or thereabouts. You thought you thought Earth was flat? You're a flat earther? No. I have, as an ET abductee, when I was 4 years old, saw that at an ET window in space, saw Earth. Earth was round, and it was a beautiful marble, beautiful blue marble. Why do you have the headset on? Because otherwise it's going to be hard for you to hear me. How high can you jump this? That's funny. If this did... L.A. the Wild West. Interesting. Hey, Joe, I didn't even see you. Thank you. How you doing, hun? Air Force, DARPA, private sector, says Fatty Cakes. Production. Yeah. Red Man Games. Like, what? Wait. Aliens? Yeah, aliens. Oh, there was a thing, Amy. There's something in here Amy had said that I did want to read. Excuse me as I scroll back up. Well, Drew, okay, that's into a different, okay, somebody's always watching. Yeah, they are. Okay, that Amy says that happens during a program called, quote unquote, Lay It on the Line, and the topic was UFOs that night. Wow, interesting. Okay. Oh, here we go. What she's talking about is in the late 1980s on a radio show, they had an unexplained set of beeps that sounds like the, oh, I did read that already. The Atari 2600 pole position game, KBPI in Denver. Okay, now I remember. All right. Okay. Lauren Harrington, Nikki, I love you. I know you're the real deal. I feel your frustration, and I have been through some unbelievable and extremely strange situations. I quit trying to explain myself long ago. Yeah, people either they want to believe the true delusions and bullshit narratives that government puts out. It's easier. I understand easier. It is easier to believe the bullshit lie narratives than it is to believe what is really taking place. I understand that. It's not easy. It's not easy to deal with, for example, the e-files that were going on. It's not easy to to take into consideration all the things that are happening to children across. Wow, I was just about to say this galaxy. That is not what I wanted to say. What is happening to children across this earth of ours. Swanky Sasquatch. Great name. Swanky Sasquatch. What is real? Yeah, exactly. What is real? Okay, Amy's... Okay, hang on one second. About to burp. Sorry about that. I try not to do that on sound. Amy says, a psychic I knew, she was also a military brat, was routinely sent to scope out missile silos for leakage as a child. That's a big deal. It's probably because she was small enough to fit. Okay, you do know humans either go to heaven or hell, says LBC. Those so-called spirits are just demons pretending to be loved ones or famous people. I'm sorry you believe that. That is not my experience. The sound that I heard was a high-pitched digital sound. Okay. So yeah, a lot of things that are taking place. is really a mind trip. It's really mind bending, and it is truly, truly hard to handle, and a lot of it horrific beyond description. Now, okay, sorry guys, I gotta moisten the lips. Get to talking and can't handle the lips, they get very dry. That's right. E1H says, if you're enjoying, oh, thank you. If you're enjoying the stream, double tap the screen, like, share, subscribe, hit the bell for all notifications, and have a good time. Thank you for that. Ah, giant hugs. Thank you. Okay. Andrew Gnome's Trucking Express. Hey, Drew. Drew's saying, Nikki, that reminds me of 1983 movie Firefox. Russian stealth flying it using the mind in Russian. Yes. Funny how they do little tiny bits of disclosure in movies. And that's deliberately done. Hello, it's part of government narrative. They're releasing little bits and pieces of information into movies. Hell, go look at Jupiter Ascending. You remember, if you've not seen it, it's still free on YouTube. I highly recommend you go watch it. There are sections of that movie that I'm like, okay, minus the wings on that great big alligator looking thing with the tail, that's a draconian. I don't like draconians. I know somebody that actually is friends with a couple of draconians because they aren't so bad. That's incredibly unusual. Incredibly rare. Because anytime I've ever come across a draconian, which hasn't been often, but it's been enough, I instantly, my organs, out of the sheer terror, my organs start to vibrate inside. I start to cold sweat and I start to projectile vomit. You do not want me near one of them. If I'm within anywhere from half a mile to, I've been able to figure out up to 8 miles, depending upon the kind of draconian, my core stomach becomes absolutely terrified. So terrified that I uncontrollably shake. I go through absolute sheer cold sweats and I will collapse, and typically my body will try to start to projectile vomit. Yeah, so there's a couple of underwater bases around Whidbey Island in Washington State, because that's where I'm at. There's one particular one where I have always said, and I don't know if that's going to be the situation now because I've been so heavily targeted with direct energy weapons and microwave technology because they want me shutting up. They do not want me talking. I've been hit very, very hard, not as hard as a couple of people I know, where they are sleeping under metal. Actual large sheets of metal. I mean, this is a big deal, folks. They're trying to save their life. They're doing everything they can because, hello, they're doing whatever and government doesn't like it. Okay, I'll get to that in a minute. I don't have memory. Okay, so Tensi. I'm hoping I'm remembering your name correctly. I think it's an awesome name, by the way. She's asking, what did they do to you, Nikki? I assume you're referring to the draconians. I don't know. I just know what my body reacts to. I can't go near, what is the lake in Nevada? Walker Lake. I can't go near Walker Lake. Anytime I'm around Walker Lake, same reaction. And typically, even an hour after I'm away from that town, an hour way far, and that's in Nevada, way, way far away, an hour away from it, I get violently ill to where I am projectile vomiting. I am going through the night sweats, not night sweats, cold sweats. My body has a horrific reaction, and I can't stop it, and I can't get away from it. It is the worst when I'm around that lake. Now, that is a supposed submarine underwater testing whatever. From what I've been told from other retired military personnel. And even if I remember right, there's a plaque or a sign or something that talks about it with these what look like little shacks and nothing else around, and a white vehicle or a black vehicle sitting there. That's it. And hello, deep underground military base, folks. Anyway, but yeah, I've always said since 2018, 2019, that if I ever get around, just put me on I was going to say a ship, a yacht, a boat, a research vessel, whatever, that's got the technology to be able to, and just take me out there, and we'll find out what my body does and what kind of reaction I have, then I would be able to pinpoint it. Matter of fact, I did pinpoint the one base off of, okay, yeah, my stomach's starting to, because I'm getting upset over it. I did locate, I was off of Whidbey Island once, and we were doing a night watch. The UFOI team, I was part of the UFOI team at the time, and we were doing a night watch. I've talked about this repeatedly. And hello. That became a situation to where I was standing at the water side, whatever, great big chain link fence, and it doesn't matter, not cinder blocks going up the wall, and then the chain link fence. Anyway, so I'm up against the chain link fence, and I turn in one direction, and I have that exact reaction. There was another ET abductee there. I talked to him, and I said, is this what it's like when you've been around? I'm like, they're here, they're nearby. And then as soon as I moved, I was like, I didn't have that feeling anymore, and everything in me stopped. And then I turned and I went, oh my God. And when I got home, I got a map out, and I psychically and energetically located it. And I went, oh my God, there's a trench there. And oh my God, that's underground, not underground, underwater, in the surface, underground military base. And it was connected somehow at a long distance to Whidbey Island NAS, and I freaked. When I got that psychic stuff, I freaked out hardcore. I had to go sit in the car for a while because I was so upset. We hit a terrified moment that I hadn't remembered ever experiencing. Now I remember I've had many of those. Not happy about it. And rightly so. Okay, so there's your answer, Tensi. Could you tell how was life like in the 70s and 80s if you were born already alive in that time period? I'm really curious about that time period. Says COD for enjoyer. Okay, I'm not going to say what year I was born, but I'm 58. I grew up in the 70s, and it was very different. So I'm Gen X. Um, it was very different in comparison even to the 1990s. I graduated in 1987. Because of my own screwing around in third grade, I didn't want to be in school in third grade. I ended up being quote unquote held back um, because I had missed so much education, and I couldn't. And my mom was a single mom, so yeah, there's that aspect of it. And then when I went through third grade the second time around, I part of the other reason I didn't want to be in that was because I was being bullied by two boys and a girl, and they were truly horrific with me. It wasn't as bad as a fifth grader when I was in second grade, because I do have that memory. That was the other memory that I had. No, that was first grade. Take that back. That was first grade. Where I stood up to a fifth grade boy, and he cornered me and slammed and rubbed my face into the brick wall. Um, and yeah, that was fun. All because little girls aren't supposed to stand up for themselves, and you're just a piece of shit. And and boom, and goes to my. I mean, he shoved the between the shoulder blades, but up around my neck, shoved me straight face first into that wall, and then slammed my face and went. And yeah, I had marks for a long time from that. That was fun. Not. Um, I was standing up for myself and another girl, if I remember right. So, yeah. Uh, okay. Let me get back in. Okay. LBCX33 Fallen Angels question mark. No. Extraterrestrials, aka aliens, are not fallen angels. They are not demons. They are not fallen angels. They are another species of being altogether that live in our physical reality. Joe Monk, Walker Lake. Is that the skinny lake in the middle of Nevada? It's yes. Submarine warfare school. Yes. Uh, yes, ma'am. Like 10C weird, but yeah. The Draconian. Yeah, DRAC. Just so you're aware. And I not tried to be a bitch about it. I just want you to know the correct spelling. Red Man Games, they're not draconian. She said they're... No, they are DRACO. Dracos, also known as Draconian or Draconian. What is the Miami Mall incident? Miami Mall incident, I honestly believe those were ETs. Likely interdimensional. Not all, okay, here's the thing. Not all extraterrestrials are interdimensional. Quite a few are, but not all of them are. Some say it's aliens, but it still isn't fully disclosed yet. Yeah, no, it's probably not going to be. I am a Vietnam... Okay, Lauren. I am a Vietnam veteran Navy intelligence. I know and have seen things that would smoke your brain. Oh, I'm sure. I have physical proof and a... I'm not reading the rest of that, my dear, out loud. Yeah, so then you get it. And you get why I'm angry. And rightly so. But I do believe those of us that were, and we are victims, we are survivors. If you're still alive at this time in your life and you are an adult, you are a full ass, grown ass adult, you are a survivor, but you're also a victim of it. If you experienced similar things or the long stretches of blackout sections of your brain. I was horrified to remember that I was given scopolamine. And I only remember that I was given scopolamine because I had another memory triggered during one, sorry, itchy spot, sorry. Woo! Wow. My skin is really dry. I didn't get a chance to moisturize. So I apologize. Anyway, yeah, it's just it's a really big deal. This whole situation is a really big deal. And if you were naval intelligence, you frickin' get it. There are many people that I know that are retired military that did require signed NDAs. There's only a couple of NDAs I've ever had to sign in my life. One was because my mom and the situation that she experienced medically during COVID, I might add. That's a whole nother subject. And then one of the other ones that I remember was when, 1989, 88, 89, when I worked for a professional photography lab in downtown Seattle. And we were required to sign because of technology back then that was starting to really advance in photography and in professional corporate photography things. So because of the machines I was working with and the types of things that they were doing, I was required to sign an NDA and not speak about anything for 2 years. Thank God it wasn't any longer than that. And I was their best. Matter of fact, oh God, the guy, that gets into a whole nother subject. We used to do, periodically, F-balls. I had a brain fart. We used to develop, couldn't find the word develop. We used to develop negatives and make prints for different sheriff's departments in Washington state. There's only one I've ever talked about. I will not talk about any of the others. And it wasn't a murder scene or anything like that, but it was a horrific motorcycle accident between a motorcycle male human. Sorry, I start talking like that because of the ET stuff, and it kind of freaks people out. It's just how my brain operates sometimes. It was a horrific motorcycle accident between this guy and a semi, and the man literally lost his head. And because I was the fastest one with my eyes at the time, they're not as fast now by any stretch. I'd have to really hardcore train them. I was the fastest one. Each roll of prints was 50 pounds. I used to do 3 rolls of prints at one time and screen them and make the determination on and you're talking each roll, God, gotta think about this. How big was the pit? Oh, it wasn't, yeah, actually, yeah, that's about right. It was about 30, the pit was about 30 inches, so I had a full roll would be about 28 inches long. Was one full roll of prints, 4x6 prints. And One roll is nothing. You get 3 rolling, and you're back and forth and really, really fast. And I was their fastest proof checker. And one day, one of the managers comes in and says, Nikki, I'm entrusting you with something very serious, and I would like to know if you would be willing to do it. And I was like, oh, what are you talking? And that's how I found out that our company did for different sheriff's departments in the state. That was my very first experience. There weren't very many, but I have had a couple. And that was the biggest one. And this poor guy, this poor motorcyclist, and I was like, I had no problems with medical. It's always like in videos, it was like always the first cut that freaked me out. I had no problem with any of that. Well, now I understand why. Hello, all the shit that I saw with between the ETs and between the government and ETs and the gate and the SSP. Oh, I now understand why. Makes perfect sense. But see, that was the basic daily life. Have a job. Make money. Do different things. Oh God, there goes the nose. And the sinuses. And I'm still recovering from this lovely little bug, whatever the crap the hell this thing is. But anyway, that's why I'm getting all nasally. So yeah, there's that bit of information. I mean, in a weird way. You just live your basic life and you think that everything is natural and normal, but you're having a physical reaction to something that triggered you. Like, what the heck? Why is that upsetting me? That's nothing. Why is that upsetting? Well, excuse me, hello. Body is remembering. You have cell memory. You have muscle memory. That's why. Hello from Laredo, Texas. Hello, Joe Martinez. Hello. Duly noted. Okay, hang on 1 second, guys. I got hit mute. I hate doing that on camera. I do apologize. Amy, there is a line between Walker Lake and Whidbey Island that has another base they are making in South Washington disguised as a gravel pit. Did not know that. Never heard of that. That's first I've heard of that. Thank you, Amy. We'll probably have a conversation about that later. Lauren is saying, we have been on Mars since 1947. We have technology that can start and end a world war. We have technology for many ETs. Yes, we do, dear. And the reason I know that is because as soon as they made me a pilot with all their training, I went off planet. Yeah, that's a fun one. I do not remember right now my first memory of being off planet regarding global government working with ETs. Whoa. I just had an ear. Whoa. Somebody didn't like what I said. Which is nothing new. I've talked about this stuff. Anyway, so yeah, GATE program for me and many others that I personally now know led into secret space programs. And there's more than one program, people. And FYI, there's half, or not half, that's wrong. There is a section of that program that is Nazi-based. There is a big section of that program that is absolutely not. And the only reason why I know that originally is because of other people I knew. I had a hard time with it. I had a really hard time with it. I'm going to tell you something else. When I was 17 years old, I was in art class with Mr. M. Hello, I know you're alive. I know you're, well, I hope you're well. Anyway, you were one of my favorite high school teachers. I'm not saying your last name because I'm not going to out you. I did that with a couple of teachers that I know are already deceased. But I think that you're still alive, and I think you're still teaching, or you may have just retired. Anyway, and you took a phenomenal program and made it even better. So kudos, sir. Kudos. Anyway, yeah, I was in art for 4 straight years. And I needed that because that was my release. But my point is that regarding NAZI, for whatever reason, we were given an assignment, and for whatever reason, I did that symbol with an X through it. And I don't know why. Even to this day, I was 17. And I was being used by SSP. So I believe now, or I suspect, no, I don't believe, I suspect now that that was when I was a pilot, and a memory that popped up that I had such a horrific response to this week opened up this incredible, wild set of memories. And I do mean wild. I mean, I was like, holy shit. Which is why I had a meltdown. But I also, and thank you to a very dear friend, she stayed on the phone with me while I had this. It was hard to handle. These memories, these flashbacks, these, all of it. It was just really, really hard to handle. And one of the memories was being ordered while I was in SSP, being ordered to go from the regular SSP military side of things into one of those, and I still have that piece of art. I don't know why I saved it. I kind of suspect now why I saved it, but I still have it. It's just amazing to me. I dislike that symbol beyond everything. And I anyway, so what I remember was, I did not want to go onto one ship that was based off of NAZI, and I lost my shit with an officer, a regular military. See, this is where I get really pissed. I don't have problems with global militaries. I don't have an issue with that. I get why we need them and blah, 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 blah. I get it. What I take issue with is when SSP gets their hands on regular military, and those individuals, not always, but some, become absolutely atrocious human beings and do become evil. And I threw a hissy fit, and a military officer basically threatened my life, my physical life, because here's another one, folks. In SSP, there are clones of us. We are considered disposable. I take great issue with that. So I was told that all my clones, 3 of them, all 3 clones would be murdered. I was told that my quote unquote original body, me, would be murdered, and that every one of my family, they threatened to murder my mom, my dad, my great aunts and uncles. If I did not go onto that ship. Sorry, because it's this past week, it's still really, really fresh. And you're going to get emotion from me. Deep breath, deep breath, deep breath. I can't get that yet. Jeez. Okay, there we go. That's a bit better. All right. So one of the things that I highly recommend you learn to do is deep breathe from the lowest pit of your diaphragm that you can. It will help with emotion, and it will help with meditation, and it will help ease some of what's taking place. They threatened my entire family, not just my great aunts and uncles, but their children and their grandchildren. We are talking the annihilation of my entire family, what they threatened me with if I did not go on that ship. Okay? So I went onto the ship, and damn, didn't want tears tonight. Anyway, so I went on, oh, and I forgot I've got actual, I got cover up on the eyes because I was a little too pasty, and I got, oh, and the talk helps to avoid. Okay. Mascara. Very rare I actually wear makeup. You can barely tell. Anyway, so I went onto the ship, and on the ship were 2 foot and 3 foot in diameter, that symbol with a form of SSP symbol, and they were these plaques. I don't know what else to call them. And in diameter, and then a couple of them had different shapes, and they had the symbol, and then they had a bunch of so there's that. So Lauren, thank you for talking about we have been on Mars since 1947. Yes, we have. I fully agree with that, and I know people that can verify that as well. We also have jump rooms between Earth and the moon, and between the moon and Mars, and I suspect, I do not have memory of it right now, but between Mars and Venus, because there's a base in Venus, and there's a base on, here's another one for you, the moon, what we are classifying as a moon, but is actually a small planet, Neptune, a moon off of Neptune that is called Triton. Laugh it up. I don't give 2 shits. This is real, and we've got so I suspect there's also a jump room from Venus to Neptune, or Mars to Triton moon base. Off of Triton, there is a quite a distance from Triton. There is what's called a quote-unquote jump portal that you can go to other locations outside of our galaxy. Universe, galaxy. Amy, you and I need to talk. Anyway, and that said, I've been through that, and the memory that I had this week was about a very large red planet that I have remembered before, but I didn't remember more details of it. I remembered that there were 12 to 15 foot spiders, and I had remembered that we were mining that planet. And those minerals, those spiders need to live and survive. And they were actually pretty freaking friendly until we humans started mining. Fatty Cakes Productions. I have long stretch memory blackout, 2nd to 8th grade, and I've been technology expert since 4th grade. Yeah. Joe Martinez, what do you think? I was dreaming that I saw a big UFO and I was hiding from it. Maybe it happened for real. Okay. Here's something you need to be aware of. If you are an ET abductee, or you suspect you are, and you have dreams of extraterrestrials, or odd, very odd, unusual dreams, certain groups of ETs that do abductions, ETs aka aliens, I don't use the word aliens typically, but the ETs use what is known as a dream state in our head, in our brain, because they are very, very capable of controlling the human brain. They are really freaking advanced when it comes to higher frequencies, and they have natural abilities. Even my hybrid children, and I'm, being an ET abductee from regular ETs, they put me into a hybridization program. So I am the surrogate mom of a vast amount of hybrid children. Speaking of which, I need to shut up over that. Anyway, and my kids will talk about some of that with me. The other thing is that they were not allowed to talk to me up until I started remembering. And then every once in a while I'll have one from a very long distance be telepathic with me, and they're like, "Hey, Mom," or they'll call me something very specific. It won't be Mom. Very, very, very few of them actually call me Mom. And if I... Never mind. Anyway, so... And they've talked about some of this too. So there's that side of it. So yeah, you can be an ET abductee and are not remembering it, or thinking it's only, quote unquote, only dreams. That's what I used to call it. And there's that side of stuff with it. So let's see. Azumi 1282 is asking, so do the aliens still take you? Yes. I'm still regularly ET abducted, and I'm still used at 58 years old, still used as a surrogate mother. They have made it to where my hormones are rather wonky. I have not. My body periodically goes through menopause and then stops, and nobody can figure out why. Hello, I know why. Hello. Because I get injected. I usually get injected with whatever they inject me with, and it starts screwing up my hormones and starts prepping me for another ET hybrid baby. ET human hybrid baby. It all stopped after the 5th grade for me. Okay, here's the thing. You may think it has stopped. This is the other thing that I wanted to get into with GATE, regarding the GATE program, or whatever people experienced and it was called. Oh God, hang on. I gotta wipe the nose again. Okay, So I used to think that it had stopped. And I had gone to bed, was sleeping, and woke up in a form of a lucid dream and realized I was under control by extraterrestrials and I was being tested. I was 52, 53, 52, 53, 54, somewhere in there. I'm 58 now. Just had my birthday in February. And that was when I got told that what being conscious and aware of what was taking place, my brain at that point was too slow. Because, hello, I'd had a back injury and I went from a type AAA personality of do all the time. And I went from that to having a very, very severe back injury and barely capable of walking to having to shut my brain down. So when I heard this, because I thought they were not part of SSP, and then I found out that, oh yes, they very much were part of SSP, and part of GATE. I started doing everything that I could to start speeding up my brain again, and it worked. Now, do I know if they're taking me physically? I don't know. I have learned the very hard way, because certain groups of ET, or a certain group of ET showed me, literally woke me up out of a sound frickin' sleep and said, we want you to see this. And I went, what are you doing to me? And that's when they put a device that bent to my forehead, over my forehead, and it was a 3-level device. And it was for essentially stealing a form of higher consciousness from the human. It's an extreme form of higher consciousness where they keep the device on the forehead. They keep the main part of the device on the forehead of the human that is sleeping, and ET stays with the human. And here we go with the burping again, just a second. Yeah, I had to be reminded what. So anyway, went from that to waking up. My higher consciousness woke up in one of my clone bodies. And I was like, how the hell did you do that? Oh, well, this device, the main device stays with you. And the second device goes on to your clone, over the forehead of your clone. Basically, they implant you into your clone. You wake up in that clone body. You know it's a clone because, hello, I had 32, 34, and 36-year-old clone body. And the reason why I remember those ages is because of my boobs. Just to be blunt. The girls were elevated. They were perky. I had a flat tummy. I was fit. And I could do things. And I was a very good fighter. I was a very good pilot. And yeah. So that's how I found out. And the top thing, one of them was a controller. So one went on a clone. You get implanted. It's removed. The two devices are put back together again. And the controller is the one that essentially controls the consciousness of the physical human that is asleep. Because you don't want the human that's asleep to be awake and doing things, according to what I was told. Now, according to other people that I know, they get up, have a daily life. The device is not seen because it's in a different frequency than we physically live in. I was like, what? What the F? So, there's that. Lauren says the Galactic Space Federation has been here for approximately 52,000 years. So stand in line. What you think is real is really cool simulation. You are all part of a big project. Yeah, everybody's part of a project in one fashion or form. Yeah, she's how old is that teacher in his, I have no idea. He was in his 40s when I was in school, so. Rand Moon Shadow says, memories can be horrendous. Yeah, they really can. Amy, what did the symbol look like? I am assuming you're talking about the NAZI on the walls of the halls. They had a lot of them. They really wanted you to know that that's what they were. Yeah, I remember getting whatever it was. I don't remember what it was. I just remember retrieving whatever I was ordered to retrieve, and I got the F off of that ship. And I was piloting the wow. I was piloting the transport ship. I'm not describing it, Amy. Actually, to be quite honest, I'm really scared to. There's a number of things that I'm actually really scared to talk about. There are things that I'm really, really willing to talk about. But there's other things that just, and that's one of them. I'm really scared to describe it, and I don't know why. So, it wasn't the star. No, it was no. Fatty Cakes production was asking. It wasn't the Star of David. No. Gaines 12345 says, I was abducted when I was 16 into some spaceship. I thought they was gone probe me or something, but they chill as F. We country can even called. Yeah, I've heard worse. Retrograde Moon Triton says Sedona 36. Can't tell if that's 88 water. Okay. Jet Builder says hello. Lauren. Okay, here's a little nugget for y'all. I am 171 Earth years old. I arrived here in August 1854 as a guest. My home planet is Arcturus. And know you... I think you mean can't borrow my ship. Okay. Did you meet Mark by chance? Not a clue. Getting bot attacked. Okay. Thank you, Gaines. I was curious about the inside of the crafts too. Oh, yeah, we can talk about that. It took a whole team to take it. Oh, hey, Kai. Kai Snyder's here. Hey, hon, how you doing? It's good to see you too. Uh, okay. Curious about the inside. So Cheryl is asking basically about the insides of the. I assume you mean the regular ET ships. Uh, okay. So the outer shell of the ship is. Well, my head. I get head rushes right now. The outer shell of this ship. I don't know what kind of metal it is. I don't know exactly what it's made of, but it can handle long distance travels. When I had an emergency, because I was ET hybrid pregnant at the time, when I had an emergency because we were being targeted really heavily with a DEW weapon, a direct energy weapon by government. They were on a timer at that time. And so it was scheduled. Effers. I have such choice words for those bastards. Anyway, and I do know the one that has ordered it. I know I know what his position was in government. It's the highest that it's the highest it can be in a lettered agency. And honey, this is directed at you. Stay out of my home from now on. In Astral. He's the one who has directed it. And because I've talked extensively. And they unalive their own. I outed Catherine, who was a agent, and they unalived her. And within seconds after her being unalived, she was racing to me, screaming bloody murder at me. It's all your fault. You bitch, you bitch. It's like, okay. I'm like, no, it's not your fault. Or not my fault. It's yours. What you're doing should not be done. And you kept coming here even after I said I was going to out you. Never stated precisely where she lived, but yeah. Described her life, described what was going on, and they unalived her. And they started, when I got really sick, I told them I'm in no fit state. You stay out of my home or I will defend myself with everything I've got. And they stayed out. But then they started increasing the targeting via DEW weapons. So, yeah, that was fun. Not. Anyhow, okay. I need something just a little bit more on the lips. Sorry, guys. It's got color to it. But at least, oh, that's better. Anyway. So, yeah. I want to get back to the spiders and that memory. Oh, the ET ships. Oh, okay. Let's describe the ET ships first and then into the memory. ET ships. SP Red Planet memory. Oh, and somebody just said if she talks about, I just heard this, if she talks about, or gives the name, that's what it was. If she gives the name of that planet, we will, and then I heard the word that starts with the K and ends with an L, unalive her. I don't remember the name of the planet. I do know people that do, though. And I try to take headphones off so that I don't hear the name, because there are certain things I just don't want to know. Hey, Joe. Thank you for being here. Thank you to all my mods for being here. Callan Pigeon, time travel. I've been there. Yeah, there's forms of that. I know people that say that's not realistic, and I know others that are like, this is what I experienced, and yeah, it's very real. And I look, all I know is from my own experiences. Okay, so I was asked about the ET ships. So the outside of the ships can handle a great deal of pressure, a great deal of challenges in space. The insides of the ships, they are living consciousness metal. The consciousness is loving, very loving, as best as is possible. It's almost, in some weird way, it's almost like a combination of emotion combined science. It's, I don't know how else to explain it, but from the time I was 4 years old on that particular mothership, I had an experience where I walked into a room with a bunch of other kids, human kids, and a number of adults who had been abducted. And funny enough, one of them was named Michael, who I ended up meeting. I think I was 48 at the time. And we instantly clicked and couldn't figure out why until a couple of years later when I was handing him a great big manila envelope for some project that we were all working on, and I had to have information given to him, so I put it all together, printed everything up, and there was a bunch of other things that I did. And then went over to his house and went to give it to him. It was winter time. It had been snowing, so it was a weird kind of a day. Thank God the roads were clear, but there was snow on their property. And it was ice cold. And I went to hand him this very large manila envelope. And as I'm handing it to him, something happened between our souls. Nothing romantic, nothing. This is nothing like that. We recognized each other in a very specific ET way that I don't still know how to explain. It was on board that ship. And see, what you don't understand is when you're a child and you're on an ET ship and you have an adult who is approximately 19 to 22 years old. I think he was closer to 22. Because by the time I met him, he was late 60s, I think. Early 70s, I can't remember. Anyway, so it was vast years later that we came across each other. And this thing happened, and it was like the brightest, whitest, and yellow light blew up between us, and it was between our souls. So your soul isn't just part of your consciousness and head, it's also part of your core body. And it literally came up, blew up in between, and both of us were like, what the hell was that? And it was some form of instantaneous recognition. Well, when I was a child, I thought on board that ship, I thought of him as a protector. I found out years later, absolutely changed and not And then you have the realization, oh my God, he is an adult. He's having his own mind bending freaking experiences that are ET related. And it's understandable so much time has passed and things change. It really becomes quite a hell of a mind trip, to say the very least. So, yeah, that's, he had a very different experience. I don't have a clue as to how, and I don't care. I honestly, I no longer care because he betrayed me and threatened me in some very specific ways later on in my life, and I was like, I'm done. I don't want anything to do with you. You and I are done. And I cried and grieved, and there was, I have a lot of not very nice things to say, and other people just think he was the living balm, and I'm like, whatever. Everybody has a different experience with another person, so it is what it is. And I no longer give two shits what he thinks of me. He's now on the other side, and I got threatened not to ever discuss certain things, amongst other things, by him, and I was still talking about it, but I never, publicly, very publicly, but I never mentioned his name. I never mentioned exactly who he was. I don't remember right at this second. I don't think I alluded to it either. And since he's passed, I came out and I've talked about it. And it is what it is. So, we had 3333 on the numbers, and now it's 3133. I find that interesting. And 212. 21212, actually. And 21221. A lot of interesting numbers tonight. So if you are a numbers person or numerology, that may mean something to you, and that's why I bring it up. Well, that clock says 112. I have no idea what the actual time is. 114. Okay. And 59 on my... Okay, so that's important to know. So the ET ships, Living Consciousness Metal, when I was on board that ship, that mothership at 4 years old, walked into the room, number of kids, a number of human adults, and a number of ETs, different kinds, different species of ET. And the smell in the room was awful. If it were not for a friend of mine named Robert White, who is another ET abductee, he's talked publicly about this, so I'm not outing anything. He's also a psychic medium, and we nicknamed, or somebody nicknamed him Mr. Gemstones, because he's very good at cutting gemstones and polishing them and turning them into jewelry and blah, blah, blah. And he's also nicknamed the human MRI, because he has abilities to where he can literally see, like an MRI machine, into a person's body, and to see if there's things that need to be worked on and that kind of thing. 33 on the numbers again. So anyway, if you have questions, please feel free to ask them. Please put your questions in all caps. What else? YouTube, it looks like YouTube is making so that this does not go very far. Which means somebody is deliberately shutting this down. So if you found this is a very, very big deal. So thank you for being here. Okay, 4 years old, on board, walked into the room, kids, the adults, the ETs, Horrible smell in the room. FYI, was from certain ETs who defecate through their skin. Isn't that fun? Yeah, not. And I remember seeing a window and being 4 years old. Hello, I was a little mini me. I was a little shorty, little kid, and looked up and saw a very large wall, and above the wall was a very large window. And I remember thinking, I want to see out that window. And they turned us around, and they had us facing the ETs and facing the group of kids and with the adults, and the ETs were talking to the adults and the adults were talking to the kids. This is telepathic, by the way. And I hear this type of sound. And I turn around, and nobody else paid any attention. I turned around, and there was a set of stairs, child size, that had come out of the wall and had formed a tall platform, set of stairs going up to the platform. And I immediately went, and I climbed those stairs. Man, I couldn't get up there fast enough. And I got up there, and I looked out the window, and I'm like, cool, that's awesome. And I saw that, and we were returning from space, coming back to Earth, because we had been taken on a little trip. I don't remember where we went. I've had this memory all my life. By the time I was 9 to 13 years old, I chalked it up to dreamland, and then I had a something in 2018, 2019. I had my phone in my hand, and I was on Facebook, and something popped up from NASA. Why, I don't know. But something popped up from NASA on my phone, and I'm walking from my bedroom through the hallway towards the kitchen to get more iced tea, or to get ice into my iced tea, or it was warm iced tea by that point. And so I had a cup in my hand and phone in, vice versa. Phone in my left hand, cup in my right hand, and on the screen, and here is this image of what they called the butterfly nebula. And I went down. I started dropping. My knees buckled underneath me. The phone landed on the counter. The tumbler, similar to this one, had a lid on it, and it literally hit the counter and bounced up and bounced down. And I'm reaching for the underside of the counter to keep my legs underneath me so that I don't land on my ass and hurt myself. And I pull myself back up, and as I'm almost completely upright, first word out of my mouth is, "That's the Infinity Galaxy." And I was in such shock. Utter, total, and complete shock. I mean, it triggered that memory, and I was like, oh my God, it was real. And then all hell broke loose for me. And that was my true awakening moment. I'd had dreams, I'd had horrible nightmares that I couldn't figure out, I couldn't understand. I slept with, it's not this is a filing. I need a new one, desperately need a new one. But I slept almost all my life. I have slept with a knife under my pillow or near my bed within easy, super easy access. I now understand why. Didn't understand. And when I had kids in my home, man, that disappeared so freaking fast. That was like, no way, got kids in my home. That's not even remotely going to be anywhere. Nope, 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 nope. And each night it would be put back under the pillow or near the head of my bed or around me somewhere. And it was because of SSP, because I would fight them. Just an FYI, if you have a spouse or a partner that you sleep with, because not everybody sleeps with their partner in the same bed at night, sleep. I'm not talking other activities, folks. I'm just talking sleep. Basically, the ETs can make that person, because of their really high frequencies, the ETs can make that person sleep deeper and longer, or in a very specific way, and they will never know that you are away from the home, that you had been abducted. The ETs, even though certain ETs defecate, poop through their skin, not all ETs do that, but certain kinds of greys do that. There was a point to me telling you that. There was a very major point. They can... I lost it again. They can control the human brain because of their super high frequencies. Oh, that was it. They don't like how a human defecates. Not dealing with that crap. Yeah, Callan Pigeon is saying telepath is not something I wanted. Yeah, I can understand that. I totally and completely understand that. They don't like how a human defecates out their anus. And they don't like it when a human urinates or defecates on ship. I don't know what there is about it. I can imagine what there is about it. Biological things, because of how the ship deals with biohazards. That's the word I was looking for. So I don't know. And there's an air pressure on board ship. There's an air pressure and some sort of time dilation on board ships. They look like, think of Star Trek. The, not Deep Nine series, what the hell? The Next Generation, Star Trek Next Generation. Think of something like that, but without rugs. Everything is metal. You're walking barefoot. You do not walk in shoes. You walk barefoot. Typically butt-ass naked. Or typically in a very, I call them a tight zoot suit. That goes back to what, the 1920s or 30s or something, 30s or 40s. Anyway, and so it's a specific kind of man's dress suit. Typically with stripes on it, if I remember right. But anyway, from images and movies and weird things. Anyway, but think of that. The difference is there's no, the lighting is very different. South Center Sereno, hello. Are you really in South Center in Washington? I don't know. Maybe I'm not receiving all my messages. I don't know. Maybe. No, it shows that I am, but that's weird. Anyway, so I'm not. Nobody's asking questions, at least not on my side of this. Anyway, so I'm not seeing anything. Hey, Nikki, great show. Bobby McKnight. Hello, Bobby. Well, that showed up. That's at least something. So there are things. There we go. There go the ears. There are things with ET abductions and the ships versus, the lighting is very different. I don't know quite how to describe it. It's like it's just there, but you don't see lights. There are no doors when you're walking down a hallway with an ET. You could walk down a hallway with a 3-foot tall gray, or a 6-foot tall reptilian, or an Arcturian who looks human but is blue, that has no hair, or Arcturians that do have hair. I've seen extraterrestrials that are blue or green that look human, but their toes are different and their fingers are real close to humans. They're not exact, but they're real freaking close. Face, the eyes are different. The eyes are usually bigger. They take up more space. So like you see how mine are. Well, okay, hopefully I don't actually draw on my, oh yeah, here, do that this way. Okay, no ink. Okay, so you see how my eye is like this, right? Well, they have this part of it, but this part of it is farther up. It's bigger here. No eyebrow. Okay? There are very few ET that I have seen that have actual humanistic eyebrows. Okay? So their eye is big. The actual eyeball is big. They have an iris, and the iris is blue. It's because I took 4 years of art in high school and did a lot of art in college and after college and everything else. It's cerulean blue. I did a lot of research into try to find the right color of blue to describe it. It's a form of cerulean blue. Floating devices that I can... Yeah, that's actually true. Have you been around Andromedans? Andromedans, if I remember right, they're also blue. Yeah, I have been. Arcturians, Andromedans, Greys, very many different forms of reptilians. Folks, reptilians are not bad. There are some that are, but for the most part, they're not bad. It's the Dracos. And I know people that would disagree with me because they are friends with a couple or a few. They're aggressive, they're violent. Some of the... Now, I do have to say, there are a couple of 9-foot tall male reptilians that are so aggressive that I got told by one of the female of its species. Sorry. My knees don't like me right now. To be very, very careful because they were aggressive and they would as soon rip a human's head off its body than speak to it. especially to females. So there is a real misogynistic, real aggressive, certain type of reptilian. Yes. But the females, they're a little bit more subdued, a little bit more mild. They are friendly, unless you piss them off. Don't piss them off. They're 8 feet tall. And they've got bent backwards legs. They've got like 2 kneecaps. And very large feet. Very large feet. So, yeah. And they do gear up in armor. So there is that side to all of this as well. Have no idea. Somebody here is asking, how do you unalive a reptilian? I have no idea. Well, I do, but because I've fought them in battle, hand-to-hand combat, in fact. I had certain kind of weapons on me at the time. I'm not looking at you guys because otherwise I will forget how to word this. So I've been on planet, different planet, not in our system, through the jump portal. I remember having a ET type weapon that shot blue energy that unalives whenever it hits. There's a setting on that device where it can literally incinerate. There's a setting on it that you can do in a... Oh God, he left his toy over here. No, I just hit it with my foot. There's a setting on the... a setting on the device... Wow, that hurts. That will unalive and leave a hole. Certain species of ET, you learn in SSP where their heart is, to blow their heart out, or to blow out whatever is the most valuable organ to them. There were settings that could essentially, lack of better wording, not serrated, Nikki. What is it when you use a laser? Okay, like Star Wars, use a laser and it cauterizes. That's the word. Where it cauterizes the wound, but you can be in half. And there's knife type weapons. I remember having all different kinds of weapons on this suit that I was wearing, because we were on the planet's surface, and we were in hand-to-hand combat. And I remember that. Holy shit. And I just remembered who I was with. And my friend is dead, so, I mean, I wouldn't be... Wow. Dear, deep loved one, and I wow. Okay. Anyway, wow. Okay. Rattle that one out of my head for a moment, because I'm just stunned. Batleth, do you remember the, It's not Ferengi. Oh my god, Nikki. Klingon. On Star Trek, the Klingons, and the characters, Klingons, the character Worf had I remember it being called a batleth. There's something real similar to that certain ETs will use. It's similar. It's not quite looking exactly like that, but it's similar to it. It reminds me more of a bow and arrow, a bow. It's what it reminds me of. Klingon disruptor. Sort of. Sort of. Okay, what did I miss? Nikki, how did you find the Andromedans? You mean, what did I like them? Yeah. I like the Arcturians. I like the Andromedans. There's certain reptilians I dearly love. There's a woman, female reptilian. I call her a woman because I don't know what else to call her. I don't have a clue as to how old she is. Oh my god, beautiful energy. Loved her to pieces. Oh, just a wonderful soul, wonderful being. And she's the one that had the ear flaps. So I call them ear flaps on her skull. So it's like comes up and then gels into itself on the back of the head, and they breathe like this. But I don't know what else to call them. I call them ear flaps, and then they can open those flaps all the way up. That I am, and they look like they have a humanistic face, but and no hair. It's all skin. It's kind of reptilian-like, but it's human-esque skin, but with little circle C's. But it's soft. The skin is soft. It doesn't feel like reptilian. It doesn't feel like scales, at least not that I remember right now. God, such beautiful energy. I would really like to talk to her again. She was so wonderful, so nice. Katrina, I think I'm seeing that right. Katrina, okay, that's all I can read in the 9658. Why haven't they made themselves known to the world instead of keeping us in the dark? Okay, think of it this way. You know how, and I'm using movies and TV as an example, because like I said, there's a lot of trickle-down disclosure in movies. They've been trying to show us this, but they aren't doing it publicly. So think of it as Star Wars and the Federation of Planets type of, I just hate that terminology, but anyway. So it's like that, where they're not supposed to be messing really with certain dynamics of a planet's social system and political system. And that's bullshit, because they do. There are certain not so nice ETs who are working with global government. And I do mean global government. I'm not talking, what is it, NATO? I'm not talking that kind of thing. Or not, is it? It's not NATO. It's where you got all the, oh God, I can't think straight right now. I can't think of the name of it right now. Anyway, where they all come together, one person out of the government and comes, and they all get together. It's very much like that. But it's global governments with ETs. and some of the ETs are quite nefarious, quite insidious, and they made agreements with humans, and there's all kinds of things going on. Oh my god, I gotta take a drink. Okay, we're gonna be using this cup. We have my other cup? Oh yeah, do we? Yeah. This is, there we go. That's my, that's the show I'm on. It's, the S4 Paranormal Bunker, where I am on with a panel of folks on Wednesday nights, 10 p.m. Pacific time to midnight. YouTube channel, if you go scroll down into the description box below, or however you can get to it, there is a link there to the, usually the most current podcast. That's what I want to say. This is a mug I dearly love. It was given to me on my birthday by my mother long before all of her medical stuff. I just love this mug. Oh, I should have figured out who it's by. Oh, I can't see that. Anyway, just love it. I love stuff like this. It's just very sweet, very cute. Anyway. So that's why it's that kind of situation. Okay, I remember using a laser weapon and Sedona 3686 water. Hey Nikki, any stories about Mount Shasta or Sedona? Have you ever experienced any of these places? Mount Shasta, yes I have. Not a fan. I know many people who say otherwise. They have all these wonderful, lovely experiences. Hang on, I gotta take a drink. A couple of swallows, in fact. So, man, I've got to move this dog. God, this dog toy is huge. It's driving me nuts. I can't put my foot where I need my foot to be because he's got this great big stuffed. It's his baby, and he left it in here. Sorry. My cane. I do walk with a cane. Kind of have to now. Okay. Where the hell was I at? Stories about Mount Shasta. Okay. I do not remember Sedona, Arizona. And if you are who I think you are, although I could be very mistaken. Hello. So I know a lot of people that have really phenomenally wonderful experiences regarding Mount Shasta and the ETs there. Not my experience. And I couldn't tell you exactly why. I have, every time I get there, every time I get near that mountain, I get really sick. And I start getting fidgety and antsy. And I'm like, I start doing this. And I'm like, we gotta get out of here. We gotta get out of here. Get me out of this car. Get me out of the car. Get me out of the car. And we've got to pull over and we've got to find a rest stop. Or if it's I-5, it's a rest stop. If it's actually in the mountains, it's you find a little think what the hell it's called. Little area where they've got camping spots. And there's a lot of those places along little, I was going to say tributaries, little rivers and things that during wintertime aren't so little. Yeah, we'll pull over and I've got to get out and I've got to walk. And all around that mountain are excessive amounts of fae. And man, fairies, wood nymphs. Anytime we were out, we were watched. And I love that. I love being out in nature. It is the biggest deal to me to be out in the woods and by water. I am a double Pisces. That's my that's my jam, man. That's my jam. I am a girl who loves her water. Ocean, river, stream, uh, creek. um, yeah, I've got to have water near me. Or within very short distance of me, 25 minutes at the most. So that's a huge deal. And Mount Shasta, I just get really physically ill when I'm around that mountain every single frickin' time. And the amount of it's as if somebody were putting cameras in my face and all around my body. That is what it feels like. And the feeling for me is just truly awful. It reminds me very much so of really close to feeling like being around the Dracos in a lot of ways, but not to that level, but very close. And see, that's not going to jive with a lot of people. They're like, how can you have that kind of feeling and that kind of emotion and feel all of that about that mountain because we've had such wonderful That's fine. Have that. That's not my experience, and I have yet to find out why. And every time I start questioning it, I get really terrified to find out. So when I get to that point, I know it's not a good thing. When I get to the truly terrified, no, that's absolutely not okay. So there's your answer, dear. Are the reptilians shapeshifters? Some are, some are not. Some know how to. Gear and loathing, 4057. Good question. Not all of them can. It's a very specific ability. However, here's the thing with that. What some people are calling shapeshifters are not shapeshifters. They are actually doing a form of high frequency, people would call it magic. Humans would call it magic. But it's a form of high frequency glamour, is what I would call it. Make themselves appear to somebody in one way when that's not how they really look. Or make themselves appear human to people. So it doesn't necessarily mean they're a shapeshifter. It specifically means that they're very damn good at high frequency. Back to Bert. Hang on. I hit a button. I hit the wrong button. It flipped everything around. Thank God I've got my screen closed. Anyway, so one of the things that I do, oh, there we go, for my phone or any device, is I make sure, oh my God, no lips, that's so much better. I make sure that I have duct tape on my camera lens at all times except for going live, or a screen covering the multiple cameras on the other side of the phone. Because I don't need anybody seeing into my home. They frickin' record everything anyway we do, so hello. So there is no such thing as privacy, but that's what I was referring to, and that's why the screen went black. Damn, I was really hoping to read a lot of that stuff. Joe is asking, have you ever seen things in sci-fi movies or TV series that remind you of things that you've seen? Yes! Oh my god! Yes, 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 yes. Thank you, Joe. Great question. Maybe the writers were also experiencers? Question mark. Okay, this is what I know from people in the know. And I'm not outing them, although I would like to. What I know from these folks that do know and have access or were witness. There's the other one. Or they were witness to this. Certain writers of movies, of shows, of whatever you want to call them, that we look at for entertainment. A government agent, don't have a clue is what, I don't know if it's CIA, don't know if it's SSP. It's, what I do know is that it's commonly a certain section of military, which that alone leads me into question, okay, are they forms of SSP? But some form of government comes to a writer and they will say, we want you to remove that, but we want you to put this in its place. So the writer will write it up, the agent or whoever will from government will return and say, yes to this, absolutely frickin' not. No, that has to be removed. But since you brought this up, you can add this subject in here, and it needs to be worded this way. I have heard so many people, even very public ones now, are talking about this and have been for a very short amount of time, but boy, has it been coming out. Yes, Joe, that is a phenomenal, Joe Monk, phenomenal question. Thank you, sir, for asking it. So yeah, there are a lot of, and this goes back in time. This goes back to the 50s. So, I mean, we have been conditioned with vast narratives from government throughout history, throughout television, throughout movies. Keep that in mind, folks. That is a really big deal. Think about the kind of conditioning they are doing with narratives. Okay? Think about why. They don't want you to know. Well, guess what? One of the things that I'm going to be talking about next deals with a memory that I had regarding SSP. It's a flashback memory. And thank you, Amy, my dear, because I could not have gotten through what I remembered with all those, God, and they were horrific flashbacks, without having you on the phone. I would not have been able to do that. And thank God I wrote notes. Okay. Lions. Lyrans. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I know the Lyrans, too. I also know the, Lyrans. I also know the Laborians, and the Laborians are a feline race, kind of similar to the Lyrans. Not Lyrans, but Lyrans. The bunker is still on. Yeah, yes, it is. And Cole and Kayla have it now. But yeah. Let's Okay. Shasta is about 2 hours north of me. Yeah, and I love mountains, man. I love mountains. Speaking of, I love the property you're on, Joe. Oh my God, that is a phenomenal piece of property. Holy cripes, phenomenal. Joe has. You should check out his page because he's got some interesting things on there, such as catching a cloaked being walking through his property that got caught on camera. It's very short. And I'm like, oh my God, that looks just like, you know, the Predator movies where they cloak and you get that, I can't think of, I had the words and then I did this and it's gone. And see, that's targeting. That's not dementia. That's not Alzheimer's. That is from the frickin' targeting from the, they've taken my words from me. I can see all the stuff. They want me to stop talking. And that's what I got told over the time that I was sick. And I'm like, I'm not going to stop talking. You're not happening. I've got it set up to where if something happens to me, everything comes out. And you will never, and they will never find who the information was given to, because it's not just 1 or 2 or 3 people. Yeah. So if something happens to me, that's everything is going to come out. And I mean everything. Everything I know about the book. I mean every aspect, including the 3 chapters I said I wasn't going to talk about. Amy doesn't even have that information. Joe doesn't have that information. Nobody on social media has that information. So, anyhow, Laura and Nikki, it is the need to know bases. Chance encounters with ETs are just that. You must realize ETs are not here to socialize. No, they're not. Well, some of them are, but not really. Not in the grand scheme of things. I'm an avid person. Yeah, I know, Amy. Joe, an interesting thing about Shasta, if you've never been there, is it's in the middle of the central California Valley, which is very flat. This is not a mountain range. It's just one huge volcano. Thank you, Joe. I'm glad you said it. Joe is a scientist, folks. Real life, hardcore scientist. Retired, but a real life hardcore scientist. So, one of my dear friends. I love my friends to pieces, guys. I really do. Male, female, I love y'all. You're awesome, folks. Sedona, Water, Lemuria. Yeah, you might want to talk to a few people in chat about Lemuria. I'm sure they could tell you some really interesting information. Okay. Pixelated. Thank you, Joe. I couldn't think of the word. Cloaked camouflage, pixelated. It's very interesting. You can see it, but you can't see it, but yet you can. Yeah. Yeah, Bobby McKnight is asking. God, I knew a Bobby McKnight. From the South, if I remember correctly. Anyway, years ago. Do you feel the big shift, Nikki, going into the new Earth? There's a gigantic shift happening right now. People are starting to wake up. And by waking up, I'm talking about the fact that people, and I'm talking a lot of people on different social media platforms, talking about the GATE program. This is why I was talking about it. Because so many people are starting to remember. 35-year-olds, 22-year-olds who are still in it, who are part of SSP, that don't quite recognize that they're in SSP, but they remember different weird little memories that they're trying to figure out what the hell they are. That's a big deal, folks. That means the gloves are coming off for the government. That means we can stand together, and that's what I want. I want us to stand together and to stand strong. Not so much against government, but to remember what we experienced, to remember what has happened to us, what was been done to us, and to make it known. I do want that. I do want that made known to regular government, that this is what the deep state parts of government are doing. Let them deal with it. That's not up to me. But I want us all to stand together. That's all I want. And to talk about it, because I think talking about it is healing. It's hard, but it is healing. And once you start the healing process, the healing journey, it opens so many more doors. It stops, God, I was going to say degradation. That is not exactly what I meant. It stops the narrative for that individual person. It wakes them up. Now, do they need to remember everything? Hell no. There are things that I know that I did that I feel in my body that were horrific. That scares the crap out of me. I don't know what it was that I did, but I know I wasn't nice, but I also know I wasn't nice because I was forced. And that's not okay. That is absolutely not okay. Okay, hang on a second. Shift. 10C is asking off topic. Can you explain night terrors versus paranormal? Oh boy, that's a huge one, honey. I am being shaken around my hips and hands grabbing under cover. Okay, there are medical reasons for night terrors. There are also psychological reasons for night terrors. I don't get into the psychological part of it. I don't know how to explain the medical reason night terrors happen. The psychological reason goes to so many topics that they're mind-bending. Paranormal night terrors, different ball games, folks. Different ball game. Paranormal can be, oh my God, so many subjects in that. Paranormal can be from anything from what I call a demon wannabe, all the way to some kind of evil, icky, creepy, ooey gooey, because I've seen some weird ooey gooey shit in the paranormal. Some really icky stuff. To like banshees. And to call in a banshee, what the hell are you doing in your life, man? So that's as best you're gonna get from me, dear. I mean, and I'm calling her dear because, hello, she and I have been in email contact quite often in the last few weeks, or last 2 weeks, or whatever it's been. Anyway, so I'm not much help there, and I apologize. I deeply apologize. There are other people who can explain it so much better than I can. But yes, there is a medical reason when the body goes through that. There is also, which, this is why, okay, there are reasons why I say get yourself medically checked out. Do your due diligence for yourself. Okay, burp coming in. Hang on, sorry. Or maybe not. Anyway, I hate it when the body does that. So yeah, there are medical reasons. Get yourself checked out. Do your own due diligence. Be an advocate for yourself. Do what you need to do in order to find out. Always, always do your research. People telling you you're delusional because you're experiencing something medical that they haven't figured out yet, then there's something wrong with them. Medical gaslighting is rampant. Find a different doctor. Get other not diagnosis, what the hell? Get other second, third, fourth opinions. Find somebody that listens, that pays attention, and that does the right kind of testing, that may have the right kind of knowledge that is for you. There are so many things that are coming out now medically that doctors didn't know about even last year, that are being proven. So do your due diligence for yourself. And I talk about that even in paranormal, even in every aspect of life, because you have to do your research. You have to. It's your life. You're living it. You're experiencing it. Be good to yourself. It's hard to do sometimes. Trust me, I know that one. But be good to yourself. Hips and hands. That sounds more paranormal than that really does sound more paranormal, what you're describing, Tenzi. Are you on Facebook? I can't remember if you're on Facebook or not. I know we email each other, but this would require an actual voice or video call. Anyway, let's have a conversation sometime. Just please, for God's sake, remind me. Because after these shows, I don't always remember everything that I've said. It's just like when I do psychic readings, which I haven't done in a long time. Not real psychic readings in a long time. And it's just because I'm dealing with all this other stuff. Yeah, the airway can... Oh, thank you. Thank you, Joe. Thank you for putting that in the chat. Harmonic shift in the time-space paradigm. Hello, Becky. Always been interested in experience, but this property is something special. Odd things happening. Yeah, that property is something special, I do have to say. He's got he and his family. Wow, that is, it's not only a beautiful piece of property, it's at large. You got Sasquatch, you've got Dogman, you've got all kinds of wild, oh my god, the wildlife. Whew. And all kinds of, so you got cryptids going through there, or fighting each other. Oh my god, that's a whole nother thing. Anyway, yeah, it's you heard a clear audible boo in my ear. Oh yeah, we need to have a conversation. I'm wondering if you've got an attachment. I'm not picking up anything right now, mostly because I'm not putting out the energy, especially after being so sick and still trying to get over it. The other thing is that I was slowly being poisoned. We had an off-gassing type of situation, and we haven't found where it's coming from yet. It's not natural gas. It's not electricity. It's not. There's a number of things, and I think Amy is right, but I'm not going to get into that publicly. But yeah, I was being. So not only was I physically ill from the virus viral infection bug and still experiencing it. But then experiencing being a slow release toxic poisoning, which I have been clearing my body out and all of that, but we still haven't figured out exactly where the hell it's at. And then this, there was something else, and I lost the words for it. What the hell? So there were three major things. So, love the redwoods. Oh, I am so glad you guys are talking about the redwoods. I haven't been to the redwoods since I was in California at 5 years old. One of my most precious favorite places. Those trees. I remember walking up to those trees and hugging them. And the energy from the trees themselves were, oh my God, absolutely phenomenal. I can't, ancient. They are ancient energy. And I don't remember if it's legal in any other state to grow seeds from those trees or not. I don't remember. I don't think it is, but I don't remember for sure. I used to do a lot of research on that. That memory's kind of put back in a file folder and put into a filing cabinet, and I'm like, okay, I'm not retrieving it. It's just not worth getting into all of that. But yeah, that is a big one. Okay, I'm avoiding the subject, and it's because it's going to cause a lot of emotional memory issues for, not memory, but emotional issues for me. So here we go, folks. Before I do that, there are certain teachers that I want to thank in my life. And I don't think this one is alive. So Mrs. Kinch, because of you, you figured out and helped my mother figure out that I was dyslexic. Oh, I could, great big giant hugs. Mr. G, 5th grade. Mrs. B, 6th grade. Mrs. M, 7th through 10th grade. Gigantic. Hello from Iowa. Hello, fast redneck. Hello. Oh, you like speed cars. So do I. I haven't been in one in a very, very long time, but I wouldn't at this stage in my life with the weight. It's just slows the vehicle down too much. Anyway, so thank you to those teachers. There were a number of others, and my brain is just like, it's not there at this second, but I did write those down, and heartfelt gratitude, love, and appreciation. You were phenomenal teachers. I very, very, very much appreciate you, all of you, every one of you. Just dearly loved teachers. And to the ones in Seattle who would flick the backs of my ears, back of my head, or paddle, or other things. I have choice words for you folks. So, okay. Trying to get the names. I want to go through this real quickly before I get into the Red Planet memories, because it is a big frickin' deal. We had, okay, here we go. Ooh, here we go. Okay. So it starts here. All right. So we had, I had a lot of famous people come to talk to me while I was sick. I need to put in a post-it note here and one here, because otherwise I will not be able to get back to it and I will forget what the hell I'm doing because of how the frickin' targeting has been. Alright, so there we go. There's that, and then this one. Alright, so this morning, early this morning, I had Mary Magdalene show up. Gosh, her energy. Her energy was just phenomenal. She and I actually had quite a conversation. I was asking, why are you coming to me? She was reminding me to take care of myself in order to take care of others, and hardcore reminding me. I was being told that in her circle, they were very proud of me for talking about what I've been talking about. And she called me, "You are like one of my children." I can't begin to. There are others she thinks of that way too. And she asked me something regarding Jesus, and we had a conversation about that, and I'm not getting into that publicly. There's no way. I was so humbled. I sat and I cried for almost 30 minutes because I was so humbled. And I have been. I've been so humbled by those who have shown up. I had JFK show up. I had Miss Jackie show up. And I didn't realize this until just now. John's energy was with his parents. I didn't even catch that until just now. I knew there was another person, but I literally didn't catch it. I mean, just, Miss Jackie did not use her name with Kennedy. She was like, no, you call me, and I was like, okay, yes, ma'am. And she's like, do not ma'am me. And I'm like, okay. And I said, can I call you Miss Jackie, or Ms. M.S. period? And she said yes. And I said, okay. And that was so beyond humbling. And there were others, but those were the big ones right now that I'm willing to talk about. Oh God, they're on my phone. I don't know if I can access them. There were names I was supposed to mention tonight. There were 3 spirit names. I'm going to see if I can grab them. Please. This should not cut off. But I think the screen might go black, but you should still be able to hear me. If this cuts out, I will be right back. I mean, like, right frickin' back. I didn't get the names written down. I didn't get the other information written down like I wanted to today. Yes, I can. Okay, so here we go. I'm going to try this. Let me know in chat, please, if you can still hear me talking. Okay. As soon as Nikki said, let me know if you can hear me, my phone went to the little circly thing. Oh, shit. It means you probably couldn't hear me. Damn. And my Wi-Fi connections are very strong. Okay, that means that you couldn't hear the names. Shit. Okay, so Mike Flannery was one of them. Bill, William. I'll have to write them down. I'll post them on I'll post them here on not Facebook, on YouTube. I will post them on YouTube. Shit. That tells me that I can't do what I want to do. It means that I have to have everything written down. No, buffering. Yeah, buffering is because I clicked over from this device into something else and it clicked everything onto pause. So that is why it went into a buffering mode. No, it's buffering because I tried to find the right words. All right, well apparently are the right names, so I will get those names posted. Speaking of which, I need to write that on a post-it note. Damn, that really frickin' sucks. Okay. YouTube, write names, not mains, names of people you from your, what the hell is it called? Device, we're just gonna call it device. Alright, I will try and get that written up right after this broadcast ends. Whoopsie doodle. Okay, here we go, folks. We're gonna get into, spirits who came by. That's what I was trying to get. Spirits who showed up. Is it Mike Flannery? Flannery was the last name, but I think it was Mike was the first name. Anyway, he never told me, he just told me his name and asked me to say it. Essentially, that's not how he worded it, but essentially asked me to say his name on air because something about how he's going to find a way to have his person, whoever that was, find my channel. So there's that. So Mike Flannery. All right. Now here's the one I'm avoiding. So on the 25th of this month, I had a memory of SSP. Oh, hang on a minute. I gotta take a swig of soda. Joe, it's two N's. N-N. Flannery. I don't know who the message is for. I wasn't told a message, just that I needed to say his name on air. So I'd have. But I remember it as Mike Flannery. Now, if I'm wrong, which has been known to happen, I will make sure that I type it correctly. But there will be a list, a post on my YouTube page stating the names that you were not able to hear because it went into, oh God, the word she used. The hell was the words? Buffering. Buffering, that's the word. I've been trying to remember that damn word for a long time. Knew what the hell it was, just couldn't remember the word, and that's why I get so freaking pissed. Because that's what, that is consequences from being D-weapon targeted. Alright, here we go. Here's the one I don't want to talk about. Well, I want to talk about it, but I'm scared to. Because I'm scared to call up all of these lovely little freaking memories. Again. Hold on to your asses, boys and girls. It's going to be a bumpy ride. Alright. Oops, get the lips. Sorry about that. A little thing hit my cup. God, that was loud. Alright. So, I was in SSP at the time that this happened. His nickname was cool. I know him, Mike Flattery, and he's on the other side. This was 2 N's. His nickname was Dinky. That's awesome. I gotta write that down. That's awesome. Flannery. Knows a Flattery Dinky. And I just heard in my head, it's him, it's him. I'm like, okay, what the hell? I have no idea what all that's about. Jeez. Okay. Alright, so this has to do with being in Secret Space Program. Yeah, Flannery. He made me write it down. I had it wrong. Yeah. So, yeah, he just told me that he was going to make sure that his person, whoever that was, never told me if it was a man or a woman, was going to make sure that his person was there and that to say his name. So it's for you. It's interesting. Oh, Flattery is the Irish dancer who legs. Oh, I know who that is. Yeah. Okay. Oh, God. Yeah. Phenomenal Irish dancer. I remember him from the 90s. 90s, early 2000s. Yeah. Phenomenal dancer. You just did, Joe. Nikki, say hi to Dinky for me. You just did, darling. You just did. Okay, here we go. Alright, so this memory that I had on March 28th deals with one of Neptune's moons. There's a space base inside the planet, inside the moon. It's a jumping off point. Sorry, my ear's driving me nuts. It's a jumping off point to And it's the moon off of Triton, Triton. I just rewound. Can you still hear me? Let me know if you can still hear me. Somebody type, I hear you. Hello? Yes, I can hear you. Okay, thank you. All right, so this is one of Neptune's many moons. I would call it a planet, from what I remember it. It's called Triton, Triton. Thank you, appreciate that. It is the jumping off point for what is known as the jump portal, quite a distance away from that moon, from Triton. The other side of that jump portal is, well, one of the places you can go to is a city sphere. It resembles very much like in the movie Star Trek, the Star Trek movie Star Trek Beyond. I would, as a pilot, I would fly one of many different teams through that portal. And it just absolutely cracks me the hell up. I've seen more information recently about how, oh, they're going to put a moon base. NASA is now talking about putting a moon base on the moon, and they're going for it, and they're doing this, and I just sit and I laugh, and I'm like, that is such a government bullshit narrative, or a conglomerate bullshit narrative, because we're already there. The moon has had a base inside of it for way over 1,000 years. And humans, God, humans got there in, oh God, what was it, 40 something. Which I can't even imagine. I mean, yeah, that's a whole other ballgame. What would it have been like for them? Now that should be a movie. What would it have been like for the humans who use an ET ship to get to the moon base and then start meeting extraterrestrials, other extraterrestrials, and dealing with what everybody calls the Galactic Federation? I don't call them the Galactic Federation. That is not what I know them as. So that gets into a whole nother subject. Reload. Lauren, reload. Tell somebody, put somebody in chat, write, reload. No, it's not a loop. This is not a loop. Joe Monk, it says it does not sound like a loop to me. Yes, thank you. Reload. Because I'm not on a loop. I am live. Thank you for doing that, folks. So, think of the movie Star Trek Beyond, where they have a sphere as a planet, an encased, enclosed sphere that looks like a planet, but it's a bunch of cities. Well, the city planet that I saw does not, it's similar, but it doesn't look exactly like that. It's real similar, but not quite like that. And yeah, you can see through it. Then there are there are other ones that I have seen that really resemble sections of the movie Jupiter Ascending, where they are. I don't know how to describe that. So you've got. Okay, I'm just gonna do it this way. Big core. Doop, boom. Kind of like spider legs, but not really. It's weird. It also reminds me a lot of the movie, oh God, what is that movie I love? Shit. It's, they're like thousands of years into the future of Earth, and you've got land masses and people have dead, and I cannot think of the name of the movie. I'll have to write that one in chat, or not in chat, and you've got a robot, essentially a robot monster chasing a girl it raised down, trying to kill her or trying to unalive her because it she made a promise to him and she broke the promise. I can't think of the name of the movie. I was in the moon base back in 2006. It's a real place, and it's mostly abandoned nowadays because they're focusing on the new one that's also on the moon, but still under construction. Last time I was on the moon base, I was in my clone body. It was 2022. I think. It's either 2021, 2022, or 2023. That means that it hasn't been closed down that long. And I don't honestly really believe that it's truly closed down, because there are still ships coming and going from the main portal, the main entrance. You can see it, and I know people that photograph it and videotape it, and they don't make their stuff public for very good reason. Damn. I was just about to try to get that. Yes, you are alive. Thank you. I appreciate that. Live chat. Vote to restore. I heard 3i Atlas got through the hill radius of Jupiter. Crazy. Not a clue. Well, it makes me wonder if this section is being recorded at all. Aim Hive. Yeah, dyslexics of the world unite. Hey, I need one of my mods to go out of this specific broadcast and try and come back in and see if it is doing what Lauren is talking about. because that would mean if what she is talking about is taking place, it means that I am live and this is no longer being recorded. That is a big deal. So I need to find out if it's still recording or not. So I need one of my mods to go and do that. And then try and come back in. And Joe, since you're on, I'm your Huckleberry. God, I love my friends. They can usually get me to laugh. And that's a key thing. Go through all this shit. Yeah, so if it's not showing up, then message me on Facebook Messenger, because that'll show up on my screen. That'll go right across my screen. Aloha from Hawaii. Hello, Corey. Lahey. Oh, interesting last name. I haven't heard that one in a while. So the city, I actually know somebody in Hawaii right now. I want to talk about this city, but I want to be sure that Joe can get back in. Bada bing, you're just fine. Thank you, dear. Okay, so the city that I saw, did you get an electric chair? No, unfortunately, I have just exited and reloaded. Show is still live. All is normal. Okay, thank you, dear. So the other city that I saw also reminds me of another movie. So you've got Star Trek Beyond. Oh God, it's can't remember the other one that I just said a moment ago. And there's a few movies actually, but with the second sphere city that I saw, this is an example, a piss poor example, but it's got a core, and then all of these are lines that little tiny ships attach to. And then when so those are like, they attach to it. I needed that. Thank you for that, Joe. But on, so you've got these little kinds of ships that are attached, and in the movie Star Trek Beyond, they call them, it's like a hive. They're like bees. They kept calling them bees. Well, that's not what this is, but that's what it reminds me of, is you've got all these little ships that attach, and he made her laugh. I win. Yeah, laughing is a big deal. But it's really a big deal, and it's really good for stress. So it's really appreciated. She has never had dark brown hair that I know. Yeah, I used to. My original, when I was in high school, my hair was very brown. Very, very brown. We used to use that Sun In product, literally called Sun In, and you'd spray it on and it would cause these copper streaks because my hair was so dark brown. So, YouTube chat, if you are enjoying this show. Oh, you're back! Awesome! Oh, awesome, awesome, awesome. I'm glad you're back, Lauren. So yeah, and then I went blonde. In 2000 and... I went red in the 1990s. Very coppery red. And then in 2001, I went blonde. And then I stopped dyeing my hair in 2014, 2014, I stopped dyeing my hair. And by 2016, there was a lot of gray. And I just said, screw it. I'm not dyeing my hair anymore. It's bad on the scalp. It's bad on the skin. And I took a very different viewpoint of it. Now I'm in desperate need of a serious makeover haircut because this long stuff, it just drives me nuts. It's just I don't have the funding to go and get a haircut right now. So even a $25 one. So oh, get her some slick she didn't know. And I don't even remember how the hell you knew. Oh, yes I do, because you've seen the AI images that I made for SSP. Ha. Yeah, Amy's here. She's probably lurking. Or she may have fallen asleep. So she's gets pretty tired sometimes, so but yeah, okay, so there's the hair color situation. But yeah, there's a city that's very much like this, and in some of the movies you see them dispersing really fast if they have to leave or escape for whatever reason. And this one is a dome. It's another dome. Oh, how weird, Lauren. Well, that's good to know. I'm glad you're back up and running well. So, yeah, there are domed cities on the other side of the jump portal. Things that are not within our arena, shall we say. No, it's not a drawing of a spider. It's a, so you've got a dome all the way around it. I'm just going to put oh. I know what I can do. Here we go. We'll put it in black. Boom, 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 boom. Who's afraid of the big bad wolf? There we go. So you have a glass dome. Well, it's not glass. I don't remember what the hell it is, but it's clear. And then you've got all these little, you got a core, and then these jump off points. So lurking, I only recall seeing one actual picture of Nikki. That was over a decade. Oh, yeah. Oh. I don't think Joe's seen when I was a little girl. When I was a little girl, I was very, very, very blonde. And I think Amy has... Matter of fact, that picture is on my... it's the one that I use all the time. That's a real picture of me as a little girl. Not in the orange dress, but the one where my mom is in, because that is a picture of my mom, in a red coat, and she's got her hands on my shoulders. That is me as a, I think, 3-year-old. 2-year-old? 3-year-old, I don't remember at this second. And there's another image of me in a very funky 1970s orange and black and brown dress. My legs are crossed, and I don't show my legs. I usually cut that section out, so you only see like the short dress and then my arms, and I blacked out everybody else in the picture. And so that's a real picture of me. The ones from high school, that's how I look like in high school. I looked at when I came across that, and that's AI, and that's how I did my hair. That's how long my hair was actually. Well, there were times where my hair was this short, and then there were times where my hair was like down to here. And then in the 90s, when I went red, my hair was down my back. About that far away from my crack. So, and I used to French braid it all the damn time. I can do this, but I cannot, my arms cannot, my shoulders. I've got so much carpal tunnel from my shoulders down to my fingertips. I cannot hold my arms without having them wedged on, my elbows wedged on things to do the French braid anymore. And I used to love doing French braids because I hate frickin' ponytails. They hurt. Anthony Villa, Bob Lazar. I'm not talking about him tonight. Not tonight, anyway. Go back through my other broadcasts and you will see them. Okay, here we go. So Triton. So Triton is a moon of Neptune. Off of Triton is the jump portal. That's literally what it's called. Great big giant jump portal. You go through, and quite some distance from there, there is a sphere-shaped city that's similar to the Star Trek Beyond. Quite a long distance away from that is a red planet where, and it's not Mars because it's nowhere near us. A red planet that global conglomerates, corporations are in space with global governments. They are mining. They are mining minerals that these spiders need to live and survive. So the spiders were once nice, loving, kind, and caring. After humans got there, they fought, and they fought hard. What are they mining for? Some kind of mineral deposits that is being used in our technology to advance our technology and to advance human / extraterrestrial ships. That much I know. There's something that's needed for those ships. I don't know what it is. I don't give two shits. All I know is that those entities, those beings, those spiders, they were nice and loving and caring until humanity stepped foot on that planet and started stealing from them. Not talking about that buffoon in my chat. So either you can remove Trey, you can either remove that or I will. Will not discuss that man in my chat. Thank you. Appreciate that, Lauren. Yeah, if the planet, I agree, Amy, if the planet had oil, they would bring giant cans of rape. Yeah. They would annihilate that entire species. And whew, that hurts. All right. So we've got 12 to 15 foot spiders on that red planet. Spiders are mostly black, but they do have red in their legs and on their body, but they're mostly black. They are literally 12 to 15 feet in height, and I am majorly avoiding the subject of what happened, and as Amy knows why, because I love my ever-loving effing poo about it. Because it was really horrific for me. So, here we go. And thank you, Amy. Minerals work. Okay, so we got through that. Now, here we go with the memory. So, I'm a pilot in SSP. I have people that I have no memory of recognizing me. To this day, in fact. Oh my God, I know you. You had long hair. You had this. You used to keep a little ditty bag of Hershey's chocolate. Because anytime we got upset, you were like, have a chocolate, because it was from home. It reminded us of home. And I was like, okay, I don't remember you. Then it'd be like months later, we'd be having a conversation. They'd say one word or the most innocuous little phrase, and wham! Flashback memory, like one, if not more memory, more memories of that person and the situation and how I knew them. Really kind of freaking me out at times when that happens. And not so fun. So I was in my clone body. I was a pilot. I was flying through the jump portal. I had quite a crew. I had a crew of 16 of us. I don't know why 14 died instead of. So there was me. So there should have been one more coming out. Oh, they were in the process of walking it. That's why. I just remembered that. Holy crap. So there were 16 of us on board going to this red planet. And the ones in the back were going to be mining. How they were mining, I don't remember. They were dressed in navy blue and black uniforms because they were on the surface of a planet. They had some, I can't quite describe the, oh God, and now I'm hearing the screaming. Oh my God. Not ready for the screaming right now. Come on, Nikki. Come on, get your brain. Not ready for the screaming. Okay, this is where it's going to really upset me. Okay. Toilet paper, gotta have, because hello, I'm gonna be balling. I can figure. So they had some kind of it's very, very technology advanced suit. It's almost like combination of human and ET combined tech for this suit because it's very thin, but it's very protective and has the ability to monitor the human body, has headsets and microphones and that's important for the rest of the story. Has a microphone that can be heard by everybody from me all the way to headquarters, although I don't know exactly how that. There was some kind of headquarters on that side of the jump portal. I don't know where, I don't know how. Some kind of command center. That's the word I was looking for, command center. Just a minute, I gotta write that down. Command center, okay. And so I was the intermediary between the miners, me, and then back at the command center. I'm looking at my notes right now. Almost all of us were in clone bodies. So we looked like we were in our early 30s. Hang on. I do the wipe nose thing again. Ooh, great question, Amy. I'll figure that one out in a minute. All right. Truly, if I were an AT, I wouldn't trust us with much of anything. Yeah, exactly. At this point, no way in hell. I can't even pronounce your name, dear, but you got 1282 on the number with it, and it says Red Planet Nibiru. I don't know that. I don't remember the name. I'm a human and I don't trust humans, says Joe. Yeah. So navy blue and black suits. On the left shoulder there was a dark but red, but not quite red, kind of like a more rust colored red with a white logo on it. Not viewable from a distance, but the red is viewable. It's on the suit. It's some kind of logo on the left shoulder from what I remember. So I'm on the planet waiting, and the back. Okay, how do I describe this? Okay, we're gonna do it this way. So you have, think of Stargate Atlantis, or think of certain kind of, not Chinooks. Is it Chinooks, the really big helicopters with where they have a back area and it lowers down like this to a platform? This had that at the back end, and I was really freaking good at flying and could get us in and out of situations at a fractions of a moment's notice, even with incoming vehicles, or people at a dead run, or that kind of thing. I am setting this up this way so that you understand what ends up taking place. Can you draw the bridge symbol? Oh God. Okay, so that's kind of like the back end of it, and then you have it's kind of like this. So here's the platform area. Here's the opening. This is not even remotely like it. It's not round. It's not quite rounded like that. I can't quite describe it, but this is the back end of it. And then here you've got, I'll try to draw sideways, that's fun. Here you've got seats. Woo. And there was some kind of locking system for the human. Like some kind of, to where you're not going to fly out of your seat. I don't know how else to describe it. Harness. Hate it when my brain does. This is because of the frickin' targeting. It's a harness. With straps. I gotta write that down. With straps. And it keeps them stationary, so they're not flying everywhere. Okay, so there are times when those seats are up, so that you can put gear and vehicles in the back, so those seats flip up and they can also come down. There was a patch. There was a patch on the left shoulder. I cannot for right now remember what the patch was, but the patch was, it was black. It had a rusty red color, and it had white. The red is what you really saw from a distance, not the white. I don't understand that. I don't know why that. I don't care. But that gives you an idea. Symbol on the clothing. Yeah, it's a patch. Okay, so basically, so there's the harness. You got a head, body. Okay, piss poor drawing, but at least it gives you an idea. So you've got a human sitting here. They're attached by some kind of harness system. The seats go up and down. From what I remember anyway. What else? The back, that's what I was going to say. The back, the tailgate. Well, it's not a tailgate, but I don't know what else to call it. The gate was down. Hatch, gate, whatever, was down, and my trying to remember how to word this. The back end was down. It was facing towards the mine section. The spiders were nowhere near. They didn't, as far as I remembered, they did. Now remember, this is on the March 25th, so this wasn't very long ago. A major meltdown, major crying episode, rocking, shaking, the whole frickin' kit and caboodle. And I can see, because I'm geared up, the door to the, lack of better words, cockpit area was open, and I'm waiting, and I'm in communication, and I have perimeter checks being checked to make sure spiders cannot come in, cannot get me from a very long distance. I have perimeter warning systems, and I remember turning around in my chair because something felt off. And Amy, I didn't know that ramp. Thank you, Joe. Ramp. Frickin' balls. Kid you not. Stinking frickin' government targeting bullshit. All right. So, yeah, the ramp was down. I'm watching the opening. They had been in there for quite some time. I could hear them talking, and I'm starting to get nauseated. And I'm getting nauseated because I'm getting upset because we're hitting a real touchy frickin' subject. They end up, for me to be drinking Coca-Cola just irritates the shit out of me. Got off soda and then end up back on it because of some stupid. All right, Nikki, let it go. 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 All right. You're going to be getting and hearing a lot of this from me because this is difficult. I'm watching via the ramp being open and the door being open to the cockpit, and I'm hearing them talk, and I'm turning around back and forth, watching what's on the monitors, the different systems, and I was going to say I hear something. I spin around in my seat, and I see I see an explosion. I don't understand why I see yellow and orange explosion first before I see plumes of smoke. But I see a yellow with orange and then like red around the rims. I didn't describe that before. But it's poof. And you got the yellow, orange with it, and then red around the rim. It comes flying out, and then the next thing I see are plumes of thick, really black smoke. The kind I hear screams, dead silence, and I'm told to get out of there ASAP, to leave and run. That is not me. That is not who I am. Yes, you're right. Sounds like your soul spirit was transferred to a clone for fighting a war. Actually, it's my higher consciousness was stolen. It's not my soul. It's my higher consciousness was an extreme form of higher consciousness is stolen for these kind of events. And that's what SSP does. We are considered property. They don't give two shits about us. We don't mean we don't mean jack shit to them. The explosion. Okay, I'm gonna read my notes because I can't seem to talk. I'm getting too sidetracked because I'm getting. Okay, explosion, yellow, tiny orange. Oh, and silver. I don't remember the silver right now. Yellow, tiny orange, and silver. And after the silver, there's red. Then gigantic plumes of black smoke. Then red plumes of smoke. Same planet as the spiders, running toward the plumes of smoke, but long distances from me. At this point, I'm hovering. I'm in the air. I'm hovering. I'm under orders to get the F out of there immediately. To drop and run. That is not who I am. Somebody in danger, I run towards the danger. I run towards the person who is in danger. I've always been that way. Ever since I've been a child. Little kid. Long before SSP. Long before Gate Program ever got a hold of me. Okay? By this point, I am technically following orders because I am in the air. I am hovering above the ground. I am waiting. I have my hands on the controls. I was going to say the remotes. That's not right. I have my hands on the damn it, my brain still tries to keep saying remotes. On the controls, I am hovering just enough above the ground to give the impression back at command that I am somewhat flying. Not quite correct, but we'll get there in the story, Azumi. Or Azumo. I can't tell what that name is. I'm trying really hard to avoid this next part. I wait as long as I can I'm seeing the spiders, 12 to 15 foot spiders can cross a distance in no time flat. Gigantic amounts of miles within seconds. They're running. My perimeter alarms are going off. I'm waiting as long as I can. I'm up in the air. The gate is down. I'm praying, and I know I cannot get any closer to that entrance. I know that if I do, there will be other problems with command. Other problems I can't do. I'd been reprimanded too many times. I brought people back alive and they wanted them dead, and I was reprimanded by having one of my co-pilots murdered in front of me. When I say they don't give a two shits about us, they don't care. And they don't care about the clones. They don't care about us as... They don't care. They don't give two shits. You are under orders. You follow those orders. And yes, even though I am not military, I had a military ranking. I've never said what my military ranking is, because that is a way that I know that if somebody ever recognizes me and they tell me what that is, and it's not guesswork because you can tell by their response, typically my gut instinct tells me it's the truth. Not always. I have had people try to trip me up. Effers. Anyway, sorry, I gotta take a drink. Sorry. So there were 16 of us. "15 were in the mine. And I get a call from command saying, 15 people dead. Leave now before they get to you. Leave now. You went against orders." Oh, and by the way, they don't use my married last name. Or whatever. They don't use Jacob's. They use my maiden name. And actually, we all have nicknames in SSP. I don't know, Joe. I don't know those stories. Are the giant spiders anything like the striders or spiders that have been seen in the Antarctic? I have no idea about those. God, I'm pasty. Jesus. I don't know. I got yelled and screamed at, being told that you're going to be reprimanded for staying as long as I did. I kept hearing they would not shut up. I actually had to I remember shutting the sound off for command for many seconds, not a full minute. And I could hear a woman running. I could hear her breathing. I waited as long as I possibly could. And she comes out. She comes out, and I'm like, I can't. She had to come to me. Everything in me wanted me to go to her, and I knew I couldn't. And the spiders came up over the mound. I'll never forget her screaming. Never forget her screaming. One gigantic puncture of a fang right into her. And her screaming. They drained her in a second of her blood. And then started ripping her apart. Terry, hang on. Hang on. Her name was Nancy. That's all I remember. And, God, her screams. She was the only one that made it out. And she was really injured. Even if the spiders had not have been there, I don't think she would have been able to make it to me anyway. But that doesn't matter. What I wanted to say was that out of the people, most were clones. There were some real, quote-unquote, original humans. That's how it was classified. Original humans. That's how I remember it being worded. That died. Not able to be... Well, they have their DNA. I suppose they could have sent them back home as a clone. And nobody would have known it, depending upon what their body was really like. Like, they couldn't do that with me because of the morbid obesity that I've got and the gray hair, and because in SSP my hair is the original dark brown color. Well, not dark, it's a kind of a, I wouldn't even call it mousy brown. But it was a darker brown. Medium brown. It was a medium brown. Oh, God. I haven't even been able to take a deep breath. Military, huge fangs. Military officer named Brad. Guy everyone heard. Everyone heard her screaming. Her screaming because she had a microphone in the helmet. There's a separate incident that I remembered at the same time from the one with the explosion. I started having flashback memories of 6 non-NAZI sections of SSP and 3 NAZI SSP sections. I was not in any one of those 3. Oh, I'm not even remotely taking a deep enough breath. Okay, I'm trying to find the rest of this. Ow. Don't pinch your nose so tight, girl. Freaking hell. That hurt. Okay, no. Oh, and then the following number of hours after this lovely little incident, I had, two MFing government asshats doing voice to skull. One's name is Jeff, the other's name is Tom. Jeffrey and Thomas. Voice to skull guys told me I should get... No, I'm not going to say that. And then started telling me stuff, and I went, who the hell do you think you are? You bastards. And then I went, okay, two can play this game. So I went after him. One guy started crying like a little girl. I'm like, then leave me the hell alone. You will not do voice to skull with me. And I will make it be known. And I did. I made it very public for a little over 12 hours on my Facebook page. They begged and pleaded to not reveal who they were or what they were doing. And I went, no, you have no right to ask. And then I got reminded of the Dream Warrior song by Judas Priest. I think it's Judas Priest. It's been too long ago. Which, of course, I just love. I love that song. And I was able to psychically, unexpectedly find out one of them. I didn't have the state or the city where they lived, but one of them has a lot to lose. And I described his home, inside, outside, and the surrounding property and neighborhood he lived in, and he freaked out. And I'm like, then stay away from me. Yeah. So that is the red planet, the mining of the red planet for financial reasons, greed, and technology based. And I hope the MFers that are doing it, I hope you rot in hell. I have choice words for you, and I hope you have every bit of consequences coming to each and every one of you. I really do. I hope you are found out. I pray you are found out, and I pray you have dire consequences. Can't do anything, but what happens when the public finds out? What happens when your wives, children, and family find out? They ain't finding out for me. Hell, I'm just, according to you, I'm just some frickin' old fat crackpot talking about bullshit. Huh. I am an experiencer. And I am here to talk about the experiences I've experienced by ETs and by government who work with nefarious ETs. This is why I am talking. You know, the old, there's an old commercial where it goes, "Hello, wake up, wake up." Hate that tone. Sorry. Sorry for the ones that it's really obnoxious and grating on the ears. I do apologize. For the others, wake the hell up. These are real things that are taking place. And they're frightening. And you should be concerned about what is taking place. Not in fear, because that's fear-mongering. I will not fear-monger. I will tell you the truth that I have remembered from my life. And if you can't handle it, that's not on me. That's on you. And if you choose to fear-monger, that's on you. I want people to know what the hell is really going on. And yeah, if there is a time where I am offered a job in some way to make this more known, I might just be very willing, depending upon the contract, very willing to take somebody up on that, to do the talking, to be a mouthpiece, if that is what it takes to get people to wake up. Hello, Sagebrush from Idaho. How you doing? This kind of stuff, the stealing, the nefarious BS, the always unaliving, the never caring, the evil. We need to take humanity back. We need to take the positivity back from all the garbage negativity that is going on. It's not okay what's taking place. It's not okay by any stretch of the imagination. And this is only a fraction of the wickedness that is taking place on this planet. You look at what's taking place with the e-files. I'm not saying that name. Take a look at what's really going on. Do your deep rabbit hole dives. It's gigantic that the hidden things are coming forward and are being known. We need to stand up and say, no more. No more. Are we going to tolerate and put up with the BS narratives and the lies because you are choosing to make profits over humanity? I understand there are certain things that need to be done and kept secret. There are certain things I would agree with that on. I'm not somebody who is saying, oh my God, we need to reveal everything. Oh my God, reveal all of it. Oh, bullshit. Not everything needs to be revealed. But this kind of stuff, yes. Because they are targeting children. Because children's brains are more pliable, according to them. And according to science. Ugh, don't get me, that's a whole other ballgame. But they're more pliable, and that's why they're not able to access older teens or young adults or the 20-year-old adults as easily. They're trying to do it when the kids are younger. You want to do something, you want to teach kids different real abilities, then let's create proper education for that. Let's get the ETs down here that can teach it, that can better humanity, that aren't teaching the horrific and doing the horrific and blacking out the memories and using drugs like scopolamine and others that are used. It's time. People are becoming aware. People are starting to remember. Do your due diligence to yourself. Then take care of you. Take care of you first, then your family, so that you can take care of your family. Take care of you first so you can take care of your family. Then go about taking care of this other stuff. Find a way. This is a big deal, folks. I'm not some crackpot. I'm not some schizophrenic, and I'm not some delusional wackadoodle. I have very real life experiences, let alone the paranormal stuff. That's a whole nother ballgame. So that it was a hell of a long stretch, and I wanted it to be a really good bit of information tonight. Go to my Facebook page, Nikki, Nikki. Oh, good grief. Just a minute. Okay. Go to my YouTube channel here where you're at. In the description box, you will find my original Facebook page, and attached to that Facebook page is a link. And that link will take you to Nikki Jacobs' Psychic Medium page. On that Psychic Medium page, you will find, because apparently I can't go to it right now and read from it like I want to, but you will find the information that I talk about regarding why I take great issue with the GATE program. You will find SSP information and how that comes about. You will find ET information. Everything that I'm talking about, one of the best things that you can do for yourself, journal. Write it down. If it's not in tech, the reason why I use old school handwriting is because technology can go at any given moment in time. Other methods would have to take care of this. Go old school. And if you have family that does not believe in you or your experiences, gaslight you, or whatever else, seriously think about or looking into getting a bank safe deposit box and putting your journals in there. And make sure that somebody that you do trust, that does believe you, can, in an emergency, access it, or upon your deceased situation, can access that. Look into the legal ramifications of that, but seriously. And sometimes people won't give up this information until their deathbed. I understand why. I've been called everything under the sun. Heretic, nutcase, schizophrenic, delusional, faker. I've been called everything. I don't care anymore. I care about me, my life, and my health, and my situation, and my family. Or what family I've got left. Because damn near everybody else is dead. Does that mean I'm alone? Yeah. Family-wise. Biological family-wise? Yeah. But honey, I got lots of friends that I consider family and extended family. Hello. They give a damn about me. They care about me. And I give a damn about them, and I care about what happens to them. So, and somebody said, you're strong, Nikki. Yeah, I've had to be. I've had to fight every aspect of my life in order to strive to make any difference whatsoever in my life. And now I understand why. For Mary Magdalene to come to me, we're proud of you. You're like one of my children. Oh, start crying. That is beyond humbling, beyond description. I have the other side on my side. It means I am supposed to be doing this. It means I am supposed to be taking a stand. And if you want to come along, please do. That's your choice, your decision. I found out some really sad news this week. I'm not saying anything publicly about that sad news. But you know what? When we come together and we take a stand, we are stronger together. Hell, if it means we have to march, and I'm for marching. I'm not one of these do violent bullshit thing. That's it's ridiculous. Marches, signs, hey, gets the point across. Nothing has to be violent. Peaceful protest. You can do peaceful protests. The cartoon? Caillou? Well, in the day, we didn't think anything of it. Friendly ghosting. No one cares about you. That's not true. Somebody does. I do. Hello. I'm glad you're here. Thank you for showing up. I have no idea. I'm not going down that road. But I'm not saying violence is the answer. There are things where you can do... Hey, little Cam. There are things that you can do that is at least taking a stand in some fashion or form. Hell, I stood up. I was the only one out of 35 students to stand up against a teacher who shoved a kid's head into a locker. There were 3 of us that were going to do it. I'm the only one that stood up against it. That's how I am. And people don't like that. That's how it is. Azumi, yeah, I can understand that. So, okay, I haven't checked. Yeah. Been there. Been through those wars. Azumi, I'm calling you Azumi because I can't tell if it's an I or an L. Could be Azumo. I know all about it, even the Orion War and the Lyrans War way before Earth. Yeah, hello, been there. Went through it. Went through the Orion War. Okay, Laura, the shell is not life. You are pure energy. Yes, you are pure energy. The physical body is a shell. And the shell of the body is to experience, to learn, to live, to learn very specific things. Many get taken off world by thousands. Do the SSP still take you? Not that I'm aware of. SSP knows you were on Mars. That was the red planet with the spiders. No, that's not what I remember. I actually remember what the real color of Mars looks like. It's not, it's more browny red. Kind of like a light brown with red in it. This planet was actually a very form of deep red. So here's a here's a Coke bottle. It's like a combination between this and this is more of a dark pink, but it's getting up there. Then you've got different sections that's got this orange. Let's see. Kind of red. You're dealing with. It's got a very, very tiny, tiny, tiny bit of brown to it. If I could ever find, no, ochre is. Somebody just said ochre in my head. Ochre is. Oops. Oh, we're gonna get buzzing. I'm sorry, folks. I gotta plug in. Shit. Okay, we're gonna have buzzing. I'm sorry, folks. So I'm at 4:48 on the time, and my battery just on this device just decided to crap out. So we're gonna hear buzzing. I do apologize. I will try to end this quickly, because I'm headed into 5 hours, and that's my maximum. So if I can find it in a watercolor or an oil color name, I'll find the name, and we'll get the. Speaking of which, I need to write that down. Otherwise, I'm gonna forget it. Whoops. Find names of 2 planet colors. Because Mars isn't really red. It's more of a brown, rusty red. And yeah, Mars and Spider Planet. And that Spider Planet is a lot more red, which is why the spiders are red. The spiders are, wow, they are like the deepest form of red I've ever seen in my life. Oh God, that woman screaming, Nancy. And I think, I don't quote me on it, but I think she was not a clone, and I think that that's why I had such a horrific reaction because I knew that she was, I mean, really, really dead, and there was no way in hell I could even remotely get. It's just, yeah. So anyway, there's the info, and yeah, I need to take a deep breath. This has gotten really a bit much. Just a second. So burnt or yes, thank you, Joe. Burnt orange, yes. Mars' atmosphere got almost destroyed long ago in a war. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Didn't they have some kind of nuclear war? Because that's what annihilated essentially and made everything go underground. I found solace in the ET stuff since I could form words as my first memories are from before being born and my soul traveling through the astral field at 1,000,000 miles per hour through gamma fields. Yeah, I understand, little Cam. Ancient Aliens was my favorite as a kid. Sumi, may I ask why the SSP stopped taking you? Because I deliberately slowed my brain down. They didn't like that. They wanted me completely unconscious. And I've got a helicopter going overhead. Oh, that's always interesting. Might be light flight, but, well, it's very possible it's light flight from the sound of it, because it was carrying a load. See, that's the other thing. How is it when in high school I hated anything to do with airplanes? Loved cars, fast cars. Oh my God. Oh God, that's a whole nother. I have a very deep love. This is going to get embarrassing. I have a very, very deep love of antique cars, old cars. Very deep love of them. There's something about it. There's something about running your hands across the metal. It's real specific for me. And I am here for you always. Thank you. I appreciate that, Lauren Harrington. Thank you. Do you have a carbon monoxide detector, ma'am? Yeah, actually, they're throughout this apartment. And when one goes off, they all go off. And I've had the fire alarms go off before, but never the carbon monoxide detectors. Definitely nuked, yeah. Well, I just want to view it. Yeah, see, that's what I get. You know, a lot of people think I'm making stuff up, and I'm not. That's life. That's life. Massive electrical discharges. Yeah. So, okay, I needed that swallow. Anyway, so yeah, fast cars. So when I was in high school, yeah, I mean, typical teenager. You know, I was in band, 7th grade through sophomore or junior year. Can't remember which right now. And I went, no, I'm done. I'm done. I sucked at playing flute, and I didn't have what I needed. That was basically it in a nutshell. And if I had somebody to practice with, I would have been better. So I love music, and I love old cars and fast cars and speedboats and I've never yachted. I've always boated when there's been a boat around or things like that. I love stuff like that. I love being out on the water. I love seeing. People hate the sea lions here. I love seeing the sea lions. I don't like the barking of them, but you know, hey, that's fine. I love the salmon. I love fishing. I love camping, or I used to. Now it would have to be in some kind of RV that would have very short steps because I can't handle the big steps. And I love outdoor life. Love swimming. Don't get to do that hardly ever anymore. Um, you know, you treasure the things that you can. Find the things that you love. How the hell do you think I got through all this crap with government shit? I do the things that I love, that bring joy. Find things that bring joy to you. That's one of the ways to get through a lot of crap. That's something I am so very thankful for my family. That is something they taught me. Both sets of my grandparents, oh my God, even my grandmother, that she and I had issues with each other. I thank her too. I mean, hello. The things you learn growing up and going through life. Find joy. Create moments, even if it's a fraction of a second of a moment of joy. Find bits of happiness, things that bring humor. I mean, there are times I have a really twisted sense of humor, and then there are times I'm just the average Joe Schmoo, you know. I've got, what? Oh, that is kind of comical. To get a really good belly laugh out of me, it takes a lot. There are folks like Amy and Robert and Joe and Drew and a number of other people that know how to bring laughter out in me. And I appreciate them, you know. And then there's some people that don't have a frickin' clue, but they'll send me something and I'm like, okay, honey, what were you sending me that for? You know, because I found it funny and they were finding it extremely serious. I have a twisted sense of humor at times. I can't help it. It's part of who I am and how things happened. And thank God for my family because they taught me how to essentially homestead. I'm a Gen Xer. They taught me how to survive. Thank God for my grandparents and my great aunts and uncles. I used to get really angry at my mom in the 1990s who was telling me it takes a village. God, I hate that. I hated that, but it does. It really, really does. And if you didn't experience that, you're not going to understand. And it's going to be harder for you. So, find and create your own village of loved ones. Family does not just have to be blood relation. Hell, some family relation, I know people that are like, why the hell am I even, oh my God, they're such a narcissist. They're so deceptive. They lie all the time. Da, 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 da. I've heard it all. Then why are you around them? Because they're my sister or they're my dad. You know, there are times it is okay to make no contact. It's hard. It's really hard. So yeah. John Doe blog. Hey, how are you? It's John here again. Hey John, how you doing, hon? As I once woke up seeing the ceiling in my face. I was floating, then got dropped back onto my bed. Oh, been there. That not fun. Last time I was dropped. Where's the tape measure? I was about. Oh, I talked about this early on. I was about 9-10 inches off my bed. Really frickin' painful when you've got a back injury to begin with and they drop you because you're waking up and you're going through the blankets. They're put because you're through a different frequency. And they put you through the blankets and you're underneath the blankets, but you're 9 to 10 inches above the bed and you wake up and they let go and you're like, what? and you can't open your eyes because they got complete control over your eyes, but now they don't have control over the rest of your body because they're no longer controlling the rest of your body. And I'm like, I can't open my mouth, but I can deal with my vocal cords. That's one thing that you can do with. You can start screaming through vocal cords through your nose. Did you know that? like I. So yeah, as long as you don't have a cold. John from New Zealand. Hi, hey, how you doing? You haven't been on my channel lately. Been busy. Well, honey, I have been really sick for 2 weeks. So tonight, love your hobbies. Oh, thank you. My hobby right now is passing. Oh, sweetheart, I'm sorry, Joe. Ouchie. I know what that's like. God. I had a next door. God, in the 1990s, I had a next door neighbor. She was young. She worked at an attorney firm in downtown Seattle. Nice lady. And she had a number of very large kidney stones. And one of the things that I learned from her is she, and I don't know if I would recommend this, but I'm going to tell you what she did. She drank as much water. And when the stones passed, said they were incredibly painful. But her doctor told her if she hadn't have been drinking the amount of water that she was drinking and peeing like crazy, and I'm like, how do you drink a gallon of water a day? You might as well just attach a hose to your bladder. I mean, good grief. And straight to the toilet. Ugh. Such a beautiful aura. Oh, thank you, John. I appreciate that. I love your positivity. Thank you. You're so cool. Thank you. Appreciate that. That means a lot. Thank you. Thanks for your reading last time we spoke. Honey, I don't remember it right now. I'm so sorry. I'm really sorry I don't remember it. Which happens frequently when I go through that. I do appreciate that immensely. Lil Cam, yep, my adoptive mom is also 7th cousin twice. Whoa. Wow. No, it's a bad thing. It's just I'm stunned. I don't hear that very often. John, I'm glad there is nice people on this chat this time. Oh gosh, yes. Well, part of that has to do with the sorry, my skin's starting to itch. Really itch. YouTube, what you missed earlier, go back and watch the whole thing, or in sections. Okay, this I need to say. Someone asked me, how the hell do I watch your show? You did a 6-hour. Take it 1 hour at a time. Watch when you listen. You don't have to watch the earlier stuff. You got to watch. This stuff, you just have to listen to. And I'm going to be trying to put it onto Spotify and I'm in the process of very slowly learning. Sorry about the crossed eyes. I did that one deliberately. I haven't done that one time. I should have prepared my eyeballs for that. But yeah, go back in, listen to an hour at a time. The ones from last year you just have to listen to. There's very few of them where I show anything. Once I lost the second device I had, I couldn't show anything anymore. So figure out where that's at, and I think that's probably April, May, June of last year. And from then on, it's all listening. But what I was going to say is YouTube today and government, I think, was really controlling this little narrative, was all about they dropped everything down quite significantly. So I do not have the amount of people coming in like I did before. I was getting 2,000, 3,000, 5,000 views within one night's time, whether it was 4 hours, 5 hours, 7 hours, whatever, the amount of time I was doing. So yeah, just take it 1 hour at a time, listen when you can, and you'll get through an episode. Eventually, because I do need to be making money. I don't make any money at this, guys. Not 1 cent. And believe me, it's getting to the point, well, it's beyond the point. But I really need to start making money. And so I'm in the process of we're talking about working together, and this person teaching me how to go about doing that with the kind of device I've got, and only using one device, but it means I'm going to have to get a new computer. I don't know how I'm going to do that, but it also means that once things go to Spotify, I'm probably going to have advertisements, and if you can listen to even 3/4 of an advertisement, which could be like a minute long, 30 seconds long, or even 15 seconds long, that will help me to stay up and running on this financially. It's very small amounts of money, but that small amount will help me in a great way. And I'm hoping and praying to be able very, very soon to be able to start doing more, maybe to have different images in the background, being able to bring people on if they want to talk about what their own experiences are. I know some really gifted psychics. I know some really gifted people in art. And if I could, I would pay them to, because I can draw. I mean, but not like these people. I used to have that ability. I don't have it anymore. When you stop doing a lot of your art, you start losing abilities that you had, and some of that knowledge gets put back on the wayside, so to speak. So, yeah, oh my God, Lauren, you're funny. Nikki's hearing is so acute, she can hear a mouse fart 333,000 miles away in a tree line. Oh my God, you're funny. Thank you. Say my name in my ear saying Adam sleep. Yep, been there. That's a spirit guide. I believe that's a spirit guide. It's all about the, yeah, Joe, it is. Nikki just squeaked. Yeah. Okay, so here's something. I have a doctor I dearly love. He's awesome. He deals with my back. And one of the things that we've wanted to do is, because I squeak when I move at times, when I get into pain, he has a really cool Halloween, oh crap, I can't think of what it's called. It's a little Halloween house that makes all kinds of sounds, and it radiates throughout the office and stuff, and it's really awesome. And he goes, oh, would you? And I'm like, would I what? And he goes, think about doing the squeaks for me for the house. And I'm like, I would love to. So I don't want to charge him a single dime for that. I would love to be able to do something like that for him. But I haven't figured out how, because you have to have things recording when you're in pain. I don't think of things like that. So it gets kind of interesting sometimes. So that's something I want to do for him. Even when he retires, he'll have that little box that it'll have my hee hee hee, or my little squeaks, or my or whatever it is. Because I'm really good at that kind of stuff, only it's out of pain. It's not. But it is funny. When you hear it back, I have heard myself back. I'm like, that's me? No way. What the hell? So, anyway. Interview people's alien abductions. Yeah, that's a good idea. Cis that are O's that are asking to pay to get things done. I don't know that word. CYCICS. I don't know that word, hun. Hello, Lightning Rod 7, not a clue. I might do a video one day on my experience. You should. Talk about it. Talk about it publicly. You do not have to be on camera. The S4 paranormal bunker, we lost the ability to be on video. Oh, got it. Understood. I'll get back to, thank you, Lauren. I'll get back to that in a minute. The hell was I gonna say? Oh, freaking hell, what was I gonna say? Video one day. Oh, yeah. So you do not have to be on video. Describe what you're experiencing. Put up a picture so that people have something to look at, so it's not a black screen, and tell your story. I'm not showing, explain. I'm not showing my face because I do not want to be recognized. So, asking for card payments to give, you readings. I've not set anything like that up, and my readings are hit and miss. And I say it with all due respect and all kindness, I am not what I call an on-demand psychic. If information comes up while we talk, I don't charge for that. There's reasons why I don't charge for that, because a lot of times it can take a lot of just chit-chatting, and boom, I start getting visions, and and then I've had times where I get told, we're not telling you anything for this person. And I'm like, what? Why? You're not the right person for them. Okay, so then I tell them, and they're like, but, and I'm like, it's just how it is. So they're supposed to find somebody else. And it's also about their energy and their mentality and what's going on in their life. So, which is how it should be. What the hell does the color blue have anything to do with anything? I heard the color blue. I literally heard BLUE, and then I heard color blue. I don't understand. I do not understand that. See, it's shit like that I'm like, what the hell does that have to do with anything? Nikki, never read me. Nikki? Oh, I think you mean Nikki's never read me, but she reads my property. She found the portal, and on a live panel, she saw that something massive came through that knocked a bunch of trees down. Yeah, baby blue. That makes sense. I don't know why that pertains to you, but it pertains to you. I don't have a clue as to why. Yeah, Joe's right. He's got a phenomenal piece of property. He really, really does. There's combination of what I would, in some ways, call paranormal, hell of a lot of fae, and a lot of cryptids. And wow. And then you've got mineral deposits and all sorts of substrata, and why that word phrase just popped into my head, I don't know. Maybe because, hello, Joe's a real scientist. Blue's Clues, Steve. Oh, how interesting. I got hair standing on my arms with you telling me, baby blue. I'm afraid to ask. All I know is blue. Okay, hang on a second. You're probably going to hear a squeak. Or more. Hang on a second, guys. Oh, 5:15 on the numbers. Hang on. Okay, that hurt. That hurt. See, that's what I'm talking about. I would only copyright that for this doctor. It's the only person I would do that for. He's been such a sweetheart to me. I so appreciate him. Him and my naturopath. Oh my god. Those people. Oh my god. Those two doctors. Phenomenal. Anyway. Alright. Won't it let you tell me, who's Jonah? Squeak, yeah. Hey, you're fortunate you're getting anything. I better write this shit down. Hang on a second. Okay, so John. See, that's the thing, that I have a tendency to start forgetting to write information down. John, in chat. Okay, blue. And then he said baby blue. And what the hell did I just say? Oh, Jonah. I can't remember how to spell Jonah. Not Jonah. Okay, I'm just going to write like the whale. Jonah and the whale. I can't, my brain is not connecting with how. That's unusual for me, guys, because, hello, I used to be a master speller. This is all SSP shit. So, I don't know. I know you're Johnny. I know you're Johnny. But Jonah, I don't understand that. I think it's somebody you're going to meet. Somebody you're going to meet that has significance to you, and I don't know why. Okay, I just heard the last name of Ford. F-O-R-D. This is a last name. I don't know if it goes with last name. I don't know if it's Jonah Ford. I don't know if it is another person. Whoops. I don't know if that's significant to you. Maybe my guardian angel could be. I mean, I'm not picking up anything. Out loud, I was spelling key. Yeah, see, I was supposed to. Yeah, spelling bee kid myself. Now I'm a keyboard warrior. Yeah. If I have copper gloves on, I can get back up to my, well, I can't get back up to my 92 words a minute in typing, but I can get back up to 80 something. It's like 86, between 84 and 87. And it's nowhere near what I mean, God, I used to speed type. There were times I'd have a computer that would not be able to keep up with me. And I'm like, what the hell is wrong with this situation? Anyway, now I'm just bullshitting the breeze with you guys. Ooh. My clock just switched from 5 to 3:21. Oh, this is going to be interesting if this is even going to be recording. Can you remote view that night I floated above the bed regarding what happened? Thanks, though. Yeah, you're welcome. Nikki, sugar-free Jello and... Oh, look it up. Just a minute. Joanna, not Jonah. Joanna. Okay, somebody's just correcting me. Hang on. So I don't know if it's Joanna Ford. Okay, I gotta go down to the next line. Just a minute. Who just said that? Lauren. I have no idea. Okay, I gotta move this. Just a second. It's driving me nuts. Move. Yeah, I was looking for that just the other day. Thank you. Yeah, Joanna Ford. I'm amazing. I don't even know who that is. Not a freaking clue who that is or what that's about. I have 423 on yours. Okay, good to know. Okay, folks. I neither you neither. Okay, my uncle has a green. Okay. Oh, that's what I was gonna write down. Hang on one second. Got all this situated here. Okay, I think that is it for the night. Please like, subscribe, and share. It's had a lot of information in it tonight, and I was really hoping to be able to read everything instead of, because it would have been a hell of a lot shorter. We would have been under 2 hours instead of 5. But there was a lot of other information in there. I miss doing my art. I don't know why that just popped up in my head. I do all kinds of art. I'm to the point where I almost can't even crochet anymore because of my wrists and my fingers because the carpal tunnel's gotten so bad. And I haven't been using I've got copper glue. I don't know whether they're packed. But of course I need different ones because they don't make them in my size anymore. So, or they haven't. They never did. There was something I was going to tell you. Oh, product placement. That was it. Okay, so 3 product placements. A little bit of an advertisement, but they are not paying me or nothing. Okay. Really love this stuff. Carlson's Super Daily Liquid D3 Multivite. That's not multivitamin. Nikki. Sorry. I literally had Lilu multipass in my head. What the hell? Oh, talk about movies. I'm going to have to go watch that now. Damn. I haven't seen that in a while. Lilu multipass. God, that's bugging the crap out of me. Anyway, get yourself, look into Carlson Super Daily D3. The other one, if it were not for this stuff, I still would be very sick. Sovereign Silver Natural Nasal Spray. This stuff was phenomenal and helped get me through better than the prescription nasal spray I've got, which is fluticasone or whatever it's called. Anyway, although it did come in handy once, only once, but this became a daily. So, anyway, I highly recommend it. Sovereign Silver Natural Nasal Spray Bioactive Silver Hydrosol Sinus Relief. Anyway, I only did it, well, when I was really sick, I did it 3 times a day. Or 3 times in a 12-hour period, I should say. And I'm pretty much down to once a day. But it works really well. Helped to get rid of a lot of junk. The other stuff that I want to talk about is this stuff. Nature Care Nerve Fix. If you have nerve pain, I kid you not. I have had creeped up nerve pain periodically. It happens. My hands, feet, legs, wherever. This stuff is just phenomenal. These products are just, there are certain products I will highly recommend. The other one is, and I'm not using, I don't have my other company out that I dearly love that's Washington based. Oh, here we go. Hang on. Okay, hang on. Okay. Herb Farm, HERBPHARM. Highly recommend this company. They're in Oregon or Washington. I can't remember which right now. Highly recommend. And then Mullen. If you get sick, just look into these things. You do not have to. That's your choice. I'm just telling you what I've used and what works for me personally. It's up to you what you choose for you. Do your due diligence. Do your research. One more. Nutribiotic grapefruit seed extract. Really good stuff. Really, 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 really good stuff. So, but here's the other thing that I have learned from naturopath doctors over the years. You can't do the drops at the same time, so I have to, at the same time of silver, they do not go together. Bad, bad, bad juju. So I take it hours and hours and hours apart from each other. So that's just my personal little bit of information that I found out the hard way. Okay, well, let me read this last bit and let's see where we're at. Oh, thank you, John. I appreciate that. Good night in New Zealand at the... Oh, good night. It's 12:30 in New Zealand. Good night, John. Oh, I gotta write that down. New Zealand. I forgot you were in New Zealand. Okay. Have a good night, hun. Joe. When I see live online things and the lettering is completely backwards, it freaks me out and makes me think I'm in an alternate... I'm so sorry. Yeah, if I could figure out how not to do that, I would, because that kind of stuff drives me nuts too. Pray for you. Thank you. Inverted, really. As above, so below, says Lil Kim. Yep. Joe. Boil clove. Ginger, turmeric, and a pinch of pepper, and a couple of cinnamon sticks. It'll clean you right out. Everything. Liver, kidneys, guts, joints. Yeah. What about lungs? Oh, lungs. Mullen. Do your own research, look into Mullen. Oh, God. Oh, here's one if you can handle it. If your body can handle it. Look for an herb, and this is old school shit. I haven't talked about this in, probably 30 years. No, good 20 years. Pleurisy root. Look into pleurisy root. Manuka honey. New Zealand. I lost my train of thought. There was something else I was going to say, and I can't think. There's homeopathics, too. There's a bunch of different homeopathics. I just can't think of what they are right now. But yeah, I get it. I get it. There's golden seal into golden seal. Yeah. While you're doing sponsorships, I would like to thank Bacardi for getting me through the night. I haven't had alcohol. I can't remember the last time I had alcohol, to be honest. Oh, I take it back. The anniversary, my mother's death anniversary, I actually had a shot of vodka. It was the only time I've had. Prior to that, a long frickin' time. So, yeah. Oh, honey. Coffee and black stuff. John, email me. I will send you a list of things to look into. Restore Belief 2022 at gmail.com. Literally, I will send you. I do that for periodic people that ask about stuff. So, but it's things that you have to look into. They are things that work for me, but not everybody can do those things, and you shouldn't. You got to do your own research. Find what works for you. Quercetin, CoQ10, look into those. Certain kinds of vitamin C. Okay, somebody, one of the guys that are my mods, please type into the chat, because I don't think I can do it. I literally do not. Here. Put into the chat, restore belief 2022 at gmail.com. That way they can email me, because I have to get the list. It's been a while since I've done it, so. But yeah, that's how you can contact me. Trying to think of anything else. I think that's it. Anyway, I am done for the night. I thank you, Restore Belief 2022 gmail.com. Thank you, Lil Cam. Most appreciated. Yeah, that's where you can reach me. Lil Cam put my email into the chat. Take very good care of yourselves, folks. I'm still working on getting better. Getting rid of the rest of this congestion. Like I said, take very good care of yourselves. Look into 1737 on the number. Take very good care of yourself. Find humor. Find things that create scent. Oh, zinc. Yes, zinc. Zinc is another one. Okay. Find scent. SCENT. S, plural. That work for you, that create little moments, like if you're washing your hands, it's a certain scented soap. I need to find my French milled rose scented soap. God, there's this one that I just love it. I can't find it anywhere. And I mean online. And the problem is of course, I don't remember the name of the company. Everyone, save your tunnel to power my starship home. Oh, sweetie. What else? Be the true you. Be you. Be the true you. And learn to love yourself. After all these years, I've learned to love myself. At this size, too. At this age, with this hair color. And I don't care what people think of me. I care what my friends and my family. Well, even my family have a hard time with what I do, so, you know. Find things that work for you. And on that note, I do. Take care. Blessings to you, however you want to take that, however you want to take it to mean. And peace. I hope you find peace. Peace, love, and joy. Take care, all. Good night. And thank you so much for my mods. Mwah. Oh, gigantic kisses on the cheek and great big gentle hugs. I love you guys. Thank you so much for being here and sticking it out. Bye, folks. Okay, now hopefully this is all recorded. Bye. Oh, next live is... Oh, you'll email me. Good night. Okay, thank you. Next live is next Saturday, 11 p.m. I'm dumping the 10 p.m. thing. So next Saturday, 11 p.m. Pacific time. And we're also doing ethics, the subject of ethics on the S4 Paranormal Bunker. The link is in the description box below for last week's ethics talk. It was a pretty interesting show, actually. Bye, guys. Take very good care.